Okay, so we are live and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm very happy to have you all join us this evening. And it's going to be myself, and we have Jesus Marquez with us
Hello, guys.
and Samuel Hofman. So, hey,
Hello.
Jesus, how are you all doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. Got a great show for everybody today.
I'm excited. Cool. How are you, Sam?
We're okay up here. It's all foggy and rainy, which is really weird weather for this time of year. And all the snow melted off today. And we got warmer after that big snow patch that went through here and headed down toward you guys.
Right. How's the weather where you are, Jesus?
Um, it's been cold. It's been cold and a little bit of rain, but a little bit of snow up on the mountains, but nothing too exciting.
And you're in Utah, just so everybody knows where I'm talking about. I'm in Tulsa,
Right.
Oklahoma, and yeah, it's cold here too, like 40s. And it's going to get nice though here in the next couple of days, like highs in the 70s. So I'll take that.
Yeah. It's been
So
very cold. I think it's not gonna. I don't think we're gonna get a whole lot of snow this year, but it's gonna be very cold. It's been
yes,
already in the low 30s, so it's been pretty chilly.
I have a
Sam.
question.
Uh huh.
Have you guys, either one of you, noticed how weird the light is?
No, Sam.
Well, I have noticed it in the time lapse
How
videos.
milky gray everything is?
Yeah, and yellow. There's a
Well,
lot of
I was
yellow.
driving home this morning, and it's like absolutely obvious to me, and has been for many days. But that
Yeah.
that pinch off, the light pinch off, is really robbing us of a lot of light. And I think this is where these super fogs and all this weird stuff is coming from. I think you look over to one side and it's dark, and you look over to the other side and it's dark, and you're just getting that central shaft of light. And of course, lots of sightings are coming in nonstop for like over a week or two. But then we saw that progression coming as well in others. But yeah, there's some really freaking cool lighting effect going on, and barely anyone is noticing it. I just wanted to start off by talking about it and asking you guys if you also noticed it right before I forget about it, which was
It's
the
been
thing.
really dingy. Really, yeah, absolutely.
And
Well,
you
we
can see it in the pictures, and I see it in pictures even coming in from New Zealand, and Robert's pictures, and I see it in all those photos, and it's like you guys don't notice how weirdly shadowed all of your pictures that are coming in are, because I can see it.
I noticed that in Petty's recent pictures as well.
Oh, he got some great captures this week. He always
Yeah,
does. He gets
yeah,
the best captures. I'm
yeah.
always excited when I see his stuff. And I even I sent you one earlier today, Rebecca, that came in, and I forgot to write the lady's name down, but it's in the
Uh-huh.
PM above, and it was literally an exact copy of a Saturn's yellow moon coming in very close, directly in front of the setting sun, and it was just unbelievable. It was exactly like the drawing. It's in your PM scroll.
I oh
It's
I did
also it's
I
also
did. You sent a
posted on
photo,
my.
right? Not a, or a video. Is it a video or a
No,
picture?
it's just a capture.
I got it.
It's a
Yes,
it's
I
a
saw
slightly
that.
colorized capture, but
Right.
it's a match. It's an absolute match, and I just sat there and went, "Whoa!" Even the side clouds when the Saturn's yellow moon is breaking on Saturn face proper, it was just like I copied the picture.
Yeah.
And of course, the picture was drawn like a year ago or so, and now here we get a capture from this week that matches it exactly.
It has been huge this
I'll
September.
show it. I'll get it pulled up here in a moment, and we can show everybody. I just didn't get it added yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't try to make more work for you. I
No,
just figured
I
I'd
got
mention it
it.
because I figured I'd mention
There's
it so you'd
never.
do a comparative sheet on it, because
It would be a good one. Yes. So,
Your
and
background, those pictures were insane.
which ones?
The ones you're using in your background.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's
That
see if
was a
I can.
great. That was a great post. I
that's
think that was
Atu's moon, Atu, and lead asteroid coming
Yeah,
around
that
right
was great.
behind your head there.
Is
Yeah.
that in Oklahoma as well?
it is.
It is.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was, and it was a couple of weeks ago.
With
That's
Yuri's
great.
face as the illuminated orange in the background on both, well, on your, as we look at it on your right. That orange line is the face of Uri, and then Attu, and Attu's moon is in front of that. And over to the middle left is the lead asteroid coming down with a few smaller asteroids. And the cube is probably in there, and that light blue illumination dead center in the middle of the upper part of the picture. That illumination in the back is probably the Texas cube, and its forward facing side orb. Because
Yeah,
I
I
can't see
can.
why that would be illuminated behind Attu's moon when it is.
Maybe so.
I love it.
And of course, this is the pattern that we see over and 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 over, And then this is why some people say that, we draw the same pictures and we talk about the same thing over and over and over because it is real and we see it over and over.
But
That's how we do
I
what
think
we do.
people's lack of people can't think in big terms. I think is the biggest problem here, because I keep getting also the comments about how if we were this usually comes from flat earthers, if we were really running through space as fast as we are, why don't our stars move? I'm like, man, you're thinking way too small. Like the universe, space out there is enormous. It's more than you could really wrap your mind around. And if you can't process, you can't think in those terms, you're never going to see this. You're
Right.
never going to see this.
And these are those people that have not been taught science and can't express, they think we're floating on a dinner plate around the same spot year after year, like this chart where they saw when they were in grade school, and then never gave it a second thought after that. And they accepted that tiny little fraction of the reality.
I'm going to say I never questioned it, until I came across all this information. Like, and when I think back at it now, it makes absolutely no sense. That the sun is basically stationary and we're just going around it. It makes absolutely no sense.
Well, we also know that we rotate
sense
around a galaxy. Our solar system is one of many, 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 many solar systems that are attached to our galaxy. And our galaxy is not separate. It's not a wide open expanse. It's an actual collective body. It's a cell. It has a magnetosphere. It has electricity. It's holding all of these solar systems together. And it rotates. And we go around in one complete circle, something like every, and I'd have to relook at it, but it's like every, it's either 4 or 40 million years or something. I'd have to look it up again. But I mean,
million years or something.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just a vast amount of time that we only go around our universe once, and then and I don't think that our what we could say common human existence has even been there for the full ride, even once. So, I mean, but then who knows how old we are? Even the Bible discusses how we were altered from the existing creatures on earth, and people forget that part too, but then when I had a guy talking about what we could expect from this coming of the passing of the planets, and I go, well, all you have to do is look back, in 1650s BC and the last cycle, and then you go back 3,654 years before that, and you got the other cycle, and you compare the earth changes that are recorded, and you'll basically have your answers. And people don't even fathom that this is happening more than a quick once.
Yeah, what do you say? At the end of the Bronze Age, the Mycenaean age was the last one. Was
Right.
Probably the last cycle.
Right. Approximately, 1600 through. It's always backwards, and I always argue with that. 1600, 1700 BC.
Yeah.
And you look at the changing civilizations where the Mycenaeans and the Minoans and Samaria changed, and Egypt changed, and even if we go back to Doggerland, that was 2 cycles ago. There's vast drastic changes in civilizations over and over again, and they all centrifuge down to these literal cycle occurrences. And of course, you go back to the word Nibiru, which in Sumerian means the planet of passing, and there's an additional and I can't remember exactly what it is, but there is additional translation. It's like her or Hud. It's like Nibiru Hud, meaning sacred and of above us from the heavens. And I can't remember exactly the after prefix, which means I need to go back and restudy it. But um,
Sorry,
wait,
sorry,
uh,
guys.
that's okay. When the passings occurred and the way it's described as passing should also be denoted at how close of the passing, because this is really close. And I have, of course, never ever expected these planets to come this close. I never in a million years expected it.
This is close. I mean, look at this. That's
Right, let me go back.
insane. And
That go back to that cloud thing.
Okay.
That's the long box.
is that what that is?
See
Oh,
the side orb
okay.
down below? See the square face? That's the
Yeah,
long box
I've
cube.
noticed the square.
And there's a couple of ships parked near it, which is where the reach eddies go back and forth to, because those ion clouds will filter to the main body.
Okay. See, I was torn between. I don't know if I want to say the word. I want to say chunk. I know last show you guys had may have gotten you guys flagged for talking about
Oh
chunks.
crap, we're getting flagged. All these new cross-reference Facebook things that are going on where they're telling you that the site that you were taking this post from, I saw your flag post today, Rebecca, and that's what's been going on even when I'm posting music for the last week. Everything I try to post is warning me that the site it came from has a reputation for posting disinformation.
Okay.
Great on one hand, bad on another. And that's odd when I'm just posting music.
Yeah. No, I know. All I was trying to share really it was what I was saying, because even when I didn't share a photo with it, it was the words that I was copying and pasting, and I've been sharing that Daily Sun post every day for a couple of years now, and so all of a sudden today it's giving me a message asking me, do you really want to post this? It's got all these fact checks against it.
Go into your site warnings on Followers Anonymous and etc. And look up if you have any flag warnings. Check your status on your site. So I did mine this week. I did not look at Montana Skywatcher 1 this week. I did that like a month ago. But I check the status pretty regularly, and if there's any issues, then I resolve them with Facebook right away.
Right. I have been keeping a good eye on it.
That's the Texas Cube. I mean, excuse me, the long box cube. Go back to that.
Is it?
Yeah, that's the long box.
You see, that looks actually very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look where.
I see it.
They do. Right.
Well, I messed up on that.
Well, remember how many times we've cited them where they're literally right next to each other, but just point of view from across. A spit's throw up across the pond between each other.
Yeah.
And we've seen it in electrical storms where they're right next to each other as well, and all the lightning striking off the side orbs and then being centralized into the cube main.
So we have underground cartoon therapy.
Yeah, I wanted to address that question as well. You were just the video, the rotation that you were just playing. Yeah. They are very clear at the moment, and probably as clear as they'll ever be. You just have to learn how to see them. You have to learn what you're seeing. You're seeing them, as you say, Rebecca. You're seeing them. You just don't really realize that you're seeing them. You have to kind of learn how to what. And to
remember, space is really cold. What we've been
taught is not very accurate. They are very, very obvious, and very close.
And they bleed off these little trails because they're very cold in space. And then when the sun shines on them, you have a refractive light temperature change and then all of a sudden you're seeing the side area of it, and then there it is.
We get this question a lot from a Facebook user. Everybody wants to know how close it is. Like, how close is it? but I always tell everybody there is no way of saying how close because they're always moving. They're close for, a time, and then they pull away and are further away for a time and
Yeah,
back to close again.
somebody asked me a few months back about a post that I made. Well, where is it now? I'm like, it's long gone, dude. Like, it's nothing is stationary. Everything comes and goes quickly, very quickly.
Well, they
We're
don't really
moving,
go anywhere.
we're
They're just
moving,
they're
they're
just out of
moving.
our visible view because of the light angle. They're out there, and then they come, and then they rotate past us, and then they go. And I think it's like a 18-hour cycle, which is a little bit faster than our 24-hour cycle, which is why it's always changing. I've kind of estimated that as a guess. I mean, that is, me trying to grab a hold of this somehow in my head.
But and also we have that fishbowl effect as well. Like,
Right, right. Yeah, the
our
30%
out
degree
view,
outlook.
our
Yeah.
out view. First of all, is very limited. We kind of look and think about a cone. We use our out view, but we also have that fishbowl effect that really distorts things because of our atmosphere.
Right. And it
Being
has to do with the light. We probably are looking at it a lot more than we even realize because of how the blues will background. And when the angle of light changes and then the severity of the darkness between them becomes more apparent, that's when we see the dark background and the side illuminated edge of the planet becomes illuminated, and then we see the flaring of the cutoff, and when the sun is partially cut off by the planet face. And that's where they get the atmospheric blinking and all that other stuff that we've documented for years. And the thing is, people just have to realize that they are between us and the sun, and we're always staring at the dark sides of them.
Okay.
And the only time that we really see the facial value, like this example of the picture she just posted, that's the light illuminating through the debris fields, and it's being broken down into a prism spectrum that the human eye can see. Prior to that, you don't see light in space until it hits something. And
yeah,
the dark area in the upper left corner of both of these pictures is the planet Uri. It's a gas giant, and we're looking at her stripes, and we're looking at the debris underneath and around her in her base cloud.
It seems like, I mean, are most of the rainbow effects happening when Uri is on scene? Is that something you would say
Yeah,
is true?
that's the asteroid field. The light hits all this dust and debris, and it refracts into a prism. Like when we were kids and we had, you stand there with the sunshine and you lay it on the sidewalk, and it does that real beautiful beam where it breaks
Yeah.
into blue, green, red, yellow, etc.,
Okay.
purple, violet, as they say. I gotta get my kids in here to sing the prism song. But anyway, and that's how we see it in space. And we're looking, and this is why the patterns are always the same. And you've seen that one drawing of mine. I'm referring to the left-hand upper picture, where I drew the base onset cloud of Uri, and that is that exact same pattern, but here it is illuminated in rainbow. And it's the same shaped cloud all the time. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then goes over us, and then it goes far away, and then it comes back and gets bigger and bigger, and we see it over and over again. And that's light refracting through the asteroid debris.
Okay. Speaking of asteroids, I'm going to pull those
There's
pictures up and
dust
we can
and sand
compare.
and gases, and and if you shine light through a gas, it'll also refract into a different color.
and I also think where people get confused a lot is that here's an example I want to bring up. I know in movies, when they depict space, they depict it as black. Now I want to put emphasis that black and dark are not necessarily the same thing. Space is dark, pitch black. Have you ever been? I'm from New Mexico. New Mexico is very desolate, very small communities, very little light pollution. When you go out there, you realize just how dark things really are. You know, we have, especially if you live in a very populated area, we have a lot of light pollution, but space is pitch black, guys. If you don't have light shining on something, you're not gonna see it. It's just you're not. It'll be right in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
You will not see it. and I think people get confused with this a lot. You know, I just want to put that out there that things are
Ah,
much darker than what you would think they are. You know, space is pitch black, and you have to really think about that.
this is one of Petty's pictures from like yesterday. And that is Isatum's yellow moon in front of Isatum with Nibiru behind it, and it's all light blue illuminated. And it is after sunset. And this is showing you the light illumination above Earth. And because there's no light showing on these buildings, and the city street lights are on, and it's past sunset. But that is the size of Isatum's yellow moon currently.
Okay.
It's why after dark sometimes we get this white milky kind of look in the skies. It's basically light refracting off these other planets.
Right. And it's a
This
pinch.
is a
And
perfect example right here.
yeah, the light's coming underneath. And there again, you're looking at the face of Isatum's yellow moon, coming in with
I
the trail going upward, to the upper right and to the, upper center. And that's the ion tail developing. And then if you look over this dark cloud to the left at the center of this picture, that's the red asteroid. And we know that face shape.
okay.
And the little sister behind right next to the side of her.
Yeah.
And,
I
we
just
see.
thought the dark blue just stood out so perfect, you know?
And yeah, if you start with in the picture, and we talk about this all the time. If you start with looking at the dark area of the picture, I do it automatically now. I don't even look at the sunlight. I just look at the
Same,
dark.
same.
And once you train your eye to start at the dark, you'll
Yeah.
see the pattern over and over and over and over. And
Yeah.
there it is, there it is, there it is. We know what is where at sundown generally for years now, and we know that the sun sets in the west, and so therefore we're looking northwest at sunset, and there, ta-da, is this Atom's yellow moon, exactly where we know it is, and the same
Right.
pattern, hundreds and hundreds of captures for month after month after month, and they all match.
This one's in Texas from Faith Hennigan in Texas. So in case she's
Thank you.
listening or watching,
Faith has she's progressed a lot. I see that in her pictures, and she's enthusiastic, and
yeah,
I love seeing her captures. I love seeing how she's been learning and evolving in this.
right.
I love seeing that with new members because it reminds me of myself, how I started and how you learn, and then you take pictures of a bunch of stuff, and then you kind of just learn from that. And I see that she's gonna be she's a good student.
Right. She has correctly, identified things many, many times. So, she's doing well, very well. Because it's nerve wracking to even put that out there, because you don't want to be wrong. It's embarrassing, and
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
she's right. She knows it. Does that look familiar?
That's familiar.
Yeah. When was that, Jesus?
This was over the summer, over the beginning of the 180-day cycle this year, which has extended significantly into winter. But yeah, this was a very obvious one that I one of those that you just look around like, really, am I the only one seeing this? And yeah,
Yeah.
this was a good one.
Someone's asking if you could launch a rocket and hit any of these planets. Is that possible, Sam?
Oh boy. Well, that depends on how far away they are. I'm sure it's entirely possible. Frankly, I think
Yeah.
if you went up anywhere up in the sky right now, you'd get shot down. I think space is probably heavily. God, there's a lot of stuff coming in on video too. Uh, uh, Frankly, I wouldn't want to go swimming in that pond right now. I think
Yeah.
there's too many sharks and too many barracudas and some other things in the water that we don't even know about between here and frankly, I think it's quite busy up there. I mean, my God, we've seen the space tube. There was a new video that I saw today that was just awesome. I didn't keep a copy of it because I didn't know the background because it was another language. So I didn't keep a copy of it, but it was very interesting and it was very good. I'm loving how the level of science has escalated to some really good camera shots, and the cameras are taking way better pictures than they used to. And I was really amazed with it, and I hope I run across it again. But yeah,
There's been some really cool videos coming from Mr. MBB 333 of stuff just in the sky, just kind of flying around. Very busy skies. There was one that he posted recently with I think the guy was using night vision, and oh my god, there's a lot going on up there. A lot going on up there.
well, they're getting ready, but for everything to be either finished by now, or they're trying to finish up on what they want to do while they're here before the interesting dance, before exiting. I'm not going to sit here and scream doom and gloom, but we know that the sequence of events is intensifying, it's increasing. And I've been watching the quakes and the storms, and we can also talk about the storm going through southern England and France, and is going to go from Spain all the way to Milan, Italy, this week. So there's some serious weather events that are going on that are
Yeah,
they're talked about but barely.
Acapulco got hammered. Like they got the
Yeah, and that's a
hurricane.
northern hemisphere hurricane, and they're not telling people.
Jesus Christ, it was. I was just seeing a video earlier. Jeez, they got the
Yeah, they got.
buildings, hotels, everything was just
They
dark.
had level 2 red flag warnings up for the southern coast of Ireland and England, literally last night, and now it's hitting France, and it went all the way into France, and now I don't know any follow up, because it usually takes 1 or 2 days to get the YouTube info. I did go through a whole bunch of the news reports, but it was twisted and unreported, or properly reported, or misdiagnosed reported. So I shared a few here and there, but it's a hell of a thing. Now, I watched it form. I warned about it a couple of days ago that it was coming, because I saw the millibars at the center of that storm, and that was hurricane force. And I said, oh shit, you guys are going to get hit. And here you go. And lo and behold, and there's another one on the way that's even bigger.
And
Oh boy.
Yeah, and it's in the North Atlantic, which doesn't normally happen.
No.
So it's a biggie. And we're seeing these storms all around. That typhoon that they had in Taiwan just a week or two ago was the highest recorded winds ever. And there were only two other reports ever faster. But this was the highest recorded winds ever at sea level, instead of on top of some mountain someplace in the jet stream. So we're experiencing wind effects that are completely out of our normal weather pattern, and there's storms, and they're casually talking about them. But when they name a storm, it's for a reason.
it's a good time to pay attention to your weather, guys.
Oh yeah, you can end up losing your house and in the roof, and then 1 minute you're there, and 15 minutes later you're trying to run for your life.
Well, it was like that hurricane in Acapulco that hit Acapulco. Right. You all saw that.
Yeah, it moved to a Category 5 overnight. It started out as a tropical storm and immediately bumped up to a 2, and then within a 24, and they never recorded that before either. Within a 24-hour period, it bumped up to a Category 5 right before it hit landfall. I mean, within a half hour, 45 minutes, or I didn't check the entire calendar, but I did watch the weather progression. So yeah, it went boom, and it nailed them, and they're going to be picking up for decades. And there's looting and mass, and there's no services, and it took the Mexican government, I believe, over 48 hours to even react. I don't know. I didn't see that they'd gotten there, but I heard reports that they were on the way, and I hadn't followed up on that, so I can't fully report whether or not.
I saw a video earlier, and I didn't see much of the Mexican military or anything, in the videos. So yeah, I think they're taking their time.
I don't think they were set up for a FEMA scenario like we are.
This is a common question. No, I'm gonna have to go with no.
No,
Yeah.
they're not interdimensional heavenly bodies. Otherwise, they would have never told me I couldn't write my paper. Well, I wrote my paper, and then they made it go bye-bye. Um, no, they're not. Sorry. I'm sorry. No, they're not interdimensional heavenly bodies. And you know how many times I've answered that question? Oh my gosh.
I know it's super common. I thought, well, we'll answer everybody's question at the
Oh,
same time.
I'm not laughing at this person. I'm just
No, I know.
I'm laughing at
It's
how many
common.
times that this has been brought up.
Right. Let's see. I lost my. We'll go back to this one. This was just a few days ago.
Yeah,
This
I'd have to call red asteroid.
okay.
I really would. It's
That's
a
what
little
I said
square,
too.
but
So good.
yeah, you know, it's a little square, but
It's
it
red.
fits with. We know that the red asteroid's been doing a low off the deck horizon cameo for what 6-8 months now. So if not
Yeah.
all, if not a year now, I'd have to really look to see how far back. I hadn't even thought about looking how far back it's been this close, but they've each done their cameo run, and I saw some really cool pictures of the spiral, even with more rounding, where it's doing the rounding the orbit around and it's a really cool, off close off the deck spiral cloud from hell, and then it's turning, and it's just awesome. So yeah, the show is just it's intensifying, and it's really cool.
Every
But
day. I
it's
know.
so
Every day I
big, it's
say,
hard to tell what's what sometimes.
I think I got the red asteroid recently. Actually,
Oh yeah, a lot of people did.
yeah.
I have not posted that video, but yeah, it has to be the red asteroid. It's right in the right location.
And there's been nighttime sightings of it, and
I'll have to post that later. But
the lead
yeah,
asteroid's been showing up a lot too. And I got a couple from a lady in Alaska where they were just really big and farther over to the right than like that one.
That's
There was
huge.
also thoughts that was the red moon or the harvest moon, and I was going, no, too big.
Wow.
I did see the moon, yeah. I did see the moon here from my sky through the clouds, and it was way far north again. And I was just going, wow, that's really way north, and it shouldn't be. But we know the moon's doing some weird shit too. So yeah, more red asteroid, and then this little sister is that little blip on the side there.
Well,
And I always just say little sisters, and I drew in like in this drawing, I drew in 5 little sisters because there's a whole bunch of smaller stuff with it as well. And then there's 1 or 2 main little sisters. Now, we have also been getting a lot of sightings about the Skull asteroid and its centrifuge group, and then of course the Tanner. Okay, yeah, there's the facial example of the red asteroid, and that dark blue shadow in the center, of course, is the backside with us not being illuminated by the sun, just like the
yeah,
planet
I
behind
think
it.
I think that's a perfect example why we're seeing that red illumination around it. How it looks round, but it's not necessarily round.
I was just gonna say, speaking of the skull asteroid, you showed me this picture the other day, Sam,
Yep.
and I thought it was really good. I don't know how well people can see it up close on your screen, but it's just like the drawing. I mean, the tilt, the 2 dots for the eyes. I mean, it's perfect.
I know
And
which way
the
the
location
chin
is
is
just like
facing.
spot on.
I know where it's looking. Happy
Oh
Halloween.
no. Yeah.
Yeah, right now currently it
Crazy.
is it's looking downward,
Yeah.
and its chin is slightly more facing to the right of center. But of course, it's on the left-hand side, and it's behind Attu, in between Attu and Uri, and it's currently, as Attu and Uri are going over us now, and Uri is farther to the north at now, and actually getting almost semi-smaller in our out view. And so we're seeing underneath, and therefore we're also seeing partial illumination of the Skull asteroid, and it's awesome. I love it every time I see it, and I mean, just chills me to the bone, and it's one of those scare things that you like to have, which is rare.
I'm not sure if I asked this before, Sam, but do we know which planet it belongs to, it's attached to, if
Well,
any?
it's in between Uri and Atu.
Okay, so
And Atu and Uri are always connected, and there's a space between them, and it has that connected base cloud bank on the asteroid group, and it floats in between the two of them, and it's always there. And as you watch Atu round and Uri round and go over the top of you, and then the light illumination changes into in between those two planets. It's like this left-hand blue side picture. You all of a sudden start to see it there. Now, this other, the right-hand side picture, is the earliest, one of the earliest. There, we got about 7 good ones in the early days. This was before NASA even admitted that this was the Skull asteroid, which is we captured it way before they admitted to it. Anyway, and that is where it's cross spacing very close past to Earth, and that is literally like 2014, 2015. And that was a different illumination because it was on the other side of the sun at that time, and that's why it's facially illuminated. And there again, you see the light between the face of left is Uri, the dark area in the right lower corner is the side of Atu, and in between them is the Skull asteroid, and the illumination is coming from in between the two planets to the upper right.
well, that is
I see. Okay. Wow. It just
that's a good Halloween pick right there.
And if you look to the left, there's a circular small asteroid, and there are several, actually quite a few, many asteroids that are in a cluster around the Skull asteroid. And I've made older drawings of it now, but it's such a large area. Yeah, that one. Those are both pictures from when Uri and Atu were on the right-hand side, and they were both illuminated from the left. And you can see above the skull that there's literally a reach cloud off the face of Atu where it's rounding in from behind it. And that's how I originally saw the Skull asteroid by eye in like 2015 myself. And when it came out from around Atu, and you can see the stripes of Uri on the far left dark area on that blue picture on the right.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's how that's that same incline and everything, exactly as when I first saw the Skull asteroid come out from behind Atu.
Nicole is asking, she's asking, what is the increased intensity driven by? How with these storms, just driven by the planets as they make close passes?
I think a lot of it has to do with boil off and solar activity ratio. I think it has to do with axis tip of the Earth, because the other planets are all tipped as well, which is a geographical change from our norm, which is partially responsible for most of our climate change. I think the boil off factor of the extra sun is making our increased water loss all around in all the major rivers, and it's up in our atmosphere now. And I think we're going to see larger, more dangerous, more horrible storms, followed by also more increased droughts in other areas. It's going to be on and off, back and forth, more extremes to, the pendulum swing has gotten worse. And
Right.
I think it's mostly solar. I think the planetary effects of the passing planets also have some effect, but I think it's lesser. And then, of course, there's the geological effect, and then the effect that the geological effect will have on our stars as well, because we are seeing new solar activity as well.
Okay. Kaylee Lewis mentioned that the sound cut off and she's listening from YouTube. So I can hear everybody talking okay, but let us know if you're still having trouble, Kaylee. Hopefully it just was for a moment. Let's see. Checking through the questions now.
Yeah,
This person's their first
hey,
time,
JJ.
I guess their first time listening to us. So welcome, JJ.
Jesus, I
Happy you're
commented
here.
on one of your posts the other day, and it had been up for 4 days. And then I looked over in the corner on the lower right hand side, and it said it had been seen by 7 people.
Yeah, I've been getting that. Remember, Rebecca, what I showed you? I showed you a screenshot recently of another one where it's out of 50 likes in one view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and this was a very good posting, and it's like I don't know how everybody didn't watch it.
Yeah.
And then it
Well,
shows me a listing that it was been seen by 7 people, and I would, I went, that's something wrong with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
but
I've been
isn't
getting
it
a
to
lot of
be
that.
expected? I mean, considering what we're talking about.
True, true, but yeah, and I would hate to even go there. I would hate to go there. God, that would be, annoying and disappointing, and I mean, not fair play, and holy cow, and yet at the same time, the society doesn't really want to focus on this, and we might be just these conspiracy theorists. Oh my God.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a good point. On one hand, you have a very limited interest in this and very limited belief. People's disbelief in this is one of the biggest factors of all this.
True.
But it could be you could chuck it off to either they don't want this out there or people are just
Right.
flat out not interested. So I
Yeah,
think I really honestly think it's a combination of both.
yeah, I that crossed my mind earlier today. It's just like I to us who are, absolutely addicted to this and just live for the next occurrence. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that just frankly don't even give a shit. And it's just like, wow. And I've heard that 1,000 times, if not more. Like, what can we do about it anyway?
Oh
It's like,
yeah, yeah,
wow.
yeah, yeah. I get that a lot, a lot. Like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. So
But I feel like having this knowledge brings peace of mind, because when things hit the fan, at least you'll have an understanding of what's happening. It won't be, you'll be lost in conspiracies, not knowing and thinking it's something other. At least you'll know what's happening.
yeah.
We
But
have a question
Not
here.
to mention that
But
you're missing a hell of a show. I mean, it is one hell of a show. Hollywood ain't got nothing on this show.
Kaylee Lewis is asking a question. Since your paper is declassified now, is there a way to read it? My paper is not declassified. The project I was recruited for is declassified. They took my paper. There's no, the only thing I know is it would be in like the classified documents section, probably in Harvard University, and I couldn't tell you where it went from there, but I was informed that the government took my term paper, and that's not been seen since 1970, like 78, 79, 80. So I don't know what happened to it. And it was actually very simple. And I've explained it in more detail here and through many of my interviews than the paper itself actually proclaimed. And I gave math equations that were quite simplistic. And which was based on advanced chemistry, and which was the only real math behind it, which is quite simple. And I just laid out that we had to be of the soft metals group, and then we had to have a binary solar system, and our proton and neutron and electron count had to be different than Einstein had laid out and in his examples of gravity and the universe and the solar system. And so my argument was there, and I gave 3 examples of that we were of an atomic structure of the soft metals group. And if you go in and study that and understand it, it would mean something. Other than that, it wouldn't mean anything to the average person who doesn't understand atomic structure of compounding of elements into a compound and protons, neutrons, and electrons. It's pretty simple if you understand it.
if you a pretty simple, I don't know if we're simple
Well,
for
yeah,
everybody, but
you have to understand chemistry.
I've been trying to teach myself
yeah.
chemistry, and yeah, it's a little more
There,
complicated.
it's one of the first early premises that you learn in atomic chemistry, that there's shell structure. Each shell, each orbit around every atom can only hold so many protons and so many neutrons, because there's a base set of rules that we completely understand, and that was laid out in 1400s by a guy by the name of Bacon, I believe, and you can look that up. And there's been mass alchemy studies, and the division between chemistry and alchemy occurred within the early history of mankind, and was actually a lot of information was taken from the Arabian old libraries as well. Finally, once Northern Europe got their head out of their butts and started listening to true wisdom. Bad joke. And once you understand the base construction of shell structure, where atomic structure is and the basic rules of it, it either makes sense or doesn't. And what I was looking at was our atomic proton star count and why our planets were laid out the way they were. And we were taking into account the planet X was being discussed back in the 70s by many, many different scientists. And I was part of reading that information, and I based my opinion on my opinion. And I went through and I laid out a premise that I figured we had to have 2 stars plus 2 solar systems in order to make it function in my own mind. And that was my paper.
Because you brought up a good point too, that when what was bothering you, how the bigger planets in our solar system weren't closer to our star. They were actually further towards.
Yeah, one would assume centrifuge and all this. We're talking gravity, right? Einstein's talking how, there's this thing that's pulling us into the star. Well, why aren't the heavier objects, the larger bodies, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, they weigh way more they're vastly larger than Earth. Why haven't they rolled into the center? Which is where he came up with dark matter that holds it back. Like, that's not how it works.
There's always some invisible thing we can't they can't explain to explain away these.
We're held in our orbit in a shell structure of our atomic electrical placement. There's no force that pulls us in and then keeps us out. There's a placement that keeps us connected to our star electrically, static. It's a whole different thing. Go ahead.
I just want to say, if Julian, if she is still watching, I sent her I sent you a couple of messages. If you wanted to be added, if you want me to bring you up on the show. So I don't know if she does or not, but if so, let me know. I sent you a link. So I don't know if she's still listening or not.
Well, she's been quiet. I told her the show was on, and then
I just didn't think about her joining because it's like 3 a.m. where she is.
Right.
So, but hey, if you're awake, why not?
So what's happening with the Andy Pohl thing?
Saturday.
Cool.
He'll be with us Saturday.
Yay!
And then I'm working on getting Zane Berry to be with us when on the Tuesday night show. So it's in the works. Good. We're going to have actual guests here soon. We're getting to the swing of things.
I spoke. I sent an invite for this live to Petty, and then he reached out back out and told me that his English was very limited. And I keep forgetting that sometimes. That
I was wondering
that some of our members just are not on this side of the planet, And
I run into that a lot, because we have tons of friends in Holland, and we have tons of friends. Some of the stuff has been translated in Swedish, I guess, and we have tons of friends in Italy. And I wish that the Italian Skywatchers hadn't gone dark on us. And if any of our Italian friends like Monique and a whole bunch of other people out there, you guys should start an Italian Skywatchers page and then join us as a sister site again. For those people who still are out there that miss, it's not that hard, and you can make it a small private club, but that way we can get your information back online again, because we've lost a lot of Italian friends and other places too have sort of just kind of stepped away because of the premise and the stress level of doing this. Because yes, some of these people have been downed and dogged and broken up relationships and family interventions, and I'm terribly sorry for a lot of you, and I apologize if this has affected you negatively. That is not our intent. Our intent is to share the stuff that we have taken a decade of learning, and we wouldn't be doing this had we not had the mass nonstop proof that this is actually occurring.
But I'm glad that you brought that up, Sam. How this affects people in not so great way, in personal relationships, because we've lost throughout the years. I've seen a lot of great members, and they've slowly disappeared. And all I can, very enthusiastic, very knowledgeable members. Recently, I was thinking about one. I believe he was Russian, and he was okay. His job, and I remember because I became a huge fan of this guy's work while he was on there. It was really brief, but he was a banker, and his job was to identify fake money. So he was really good at taking pictures and um, bringing out what we couldn't see. And some of the stuff that he would post was just incredible, just absolutely amazing. And all of a sudden, he just disappeared. I never saw him again. I don't
Yeah,
know if you know what I'm talking about, Sam.
yeah, I think I do. Yeah, we
He
lost a
has,
lot of our Russian friends when the Ukraine thing happened.
yeah, I haven't seen this
And
guy in
I
years,
have
but
not seen our South Korean friends lately. I have not seen our Chinese friends lately. I
yeah.
have not seen quite a few of our Arab friends have gone elsewhere. Now, I was just sort of briefly talking to Matthew today. I don't know what he's probably involved in other things with his family. He's quite busy, I'm sure.
Well,
Uh,
Matthew, he was gone through a lot. He lost his daughter, and
right,
I don't
right.
think he's been the same. I don't think he's been the same since.
Yeah,
Since
and no, bless his soul, as they say. But yeah,
he
and
still
I don't blame him for a
he still
second if he's
reaches
been
out.
busy.
He still reaches out, Matthew. But he'll always be a sky watcher at heart. But I do
Yep.
know that he's dealt
Yeah.
with a
Well,
lot.
he's still a moderator and co-admin stuff. So
Great sky watcher, great sky watcher. He
yeah,
picks
yeah,
us up.
excellent.
He
And
picks us up
I
very.
look forward to hearing from him all the time, and perhaps he's going to be on next week or whatever. Or he might even be listening now. Hello, Matthew and family. Anyway, wow. What's been
But yeah,
going
I just
on has
want to
been
say that
so intense.
this is a very stressful, and this being involved in this whole topic is stressful. It is.
Oh
There's
yeah,
been times
very.
where I've wanted to step away, and there is times that I do step away and kind
Yeah,
of take a break from it. But
I do.
it is a lot. It is a lot, guys. Like I know the stigma that comes with it.
Wow.
The laughter, the ridicule, all that. But once you see this, you realize that it's not questionable once you see it. So it's difficult.
The
It's
major thing
difficult to
about it
deal
is
with, but it's
nobody
difficult to
can
deal with. But at the
deny these
same
are not the
time,
same skies we ever had.
what do you do when you see it so clearly? I mean, I try to, there's, ignorance is bliss. There's times where I wish I didn't know this, but I do.
I was
And
thinking the same thing.
I was gonna say Julian hopped on with us. Hey, Julian.
Hi.
Hey,
He's
Jillian.
with us. It's like what, 4 a.m. where you are?
I don't know, 2 minutes to 3.
Oh my gosh, almost 3. Oh my word. What are you doing
What are you
awake?
doing up?
Blame it on the cats, man.
Okay.
I knew it.
It's not on-
Is it your cats you up?
Yeah.
Well, it was really raining very hard a wee while ago, but it stopped now. I don't know. I expect it's part of that storm, but like they say here, storm. What storm? Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I only
Just
used this
to add one
yesterday on my
more thing to
bike.
what we're I just want to add
I
one
was
more
just
thing to what we were
looking.
saying.
I was just looking. It looks like is that the long box cube, Sam? Like
One second,
hugging
I
the
was
sun
looking
at
at the
4
weather.
o'clock.
The sun, that really does.
In this picture,
You see that? Well, yeah, hugging the sun at the 4 o'clock point. What is that? You see, it's like a straight mark.
Wow, I'm
Is
looking.
that quick? You got
Well, I
started
see
now.
that. Well, I see that pole,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking that's a flaring at the middle of the pole. Okay, that helps.
Yeah,
Uh,
that moves.
Try to move it again.
I would say not.
Yeah.
Um,
It's hard to say, I guess.
where
Right
is
there.
this? Where is this?
I believe it's Spain. I'll have to go back and double check. Pretty sure it's Spain. And it's, yeah. Well, no, it's not recent.
And
It's
the date
February.
no, it's
But
no. No, it's
it's
backwards. It's O2 is in the 2nd of November. If this is in Spain, they do their calendar different. So it's not February. It's actually November because it's
okay.
O2. They put the day, the month,
Got it.
the year in Europe.
Right.
So it's the 2nd. Wow. We're looking at just past the sun, which is weird. That this has to be Atu and Atu's moon.
How come? I mean, I'm just
To see where it's coming in and then going past to the. I'm
That's a tough
wondering
one.
Mm.
because that can't be is Saturn yellow moon because it doesn't look right.
okay. I see. I was wondering. I mean, it caught my
I'm
eye.
sooner looking at the stripes of Atu right here. And then the side,
Wow.
and then
That's different.
you could the cube could be in that dark area in the center of it in the back, but
Yeah.
this is just odd.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Or
a pity that I can't share pictures as
there's
well.
a really, really odd ion trail of Saturn's yellow moon that I haven't seen.
Let's
And
back
then
it up and watch
and
it.
then lead asteroid crosses in. You got me spun on this one.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you are, I'm definitely spun. So,
Because
but
the
that's what
sun
it
is
looked
on
like.
the left, correct?
Say that again.
If the sun, okay, so that has to be Saturn's yellow moon right there on the right, because we know it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right
I've seen
there.
this today as well. This was in the morning. I seen it in the morning.
Yeah.
Wow, that is weird.
Isn't that weird? Look at all
Well,
that.
it's possible something's changed in the last 2 days I haven't caught on to. It's because there you see the faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon. It depends on what's rising above us. Now, it could be Atu's moon coming over the top of the sun and then hooking to the right and then going over the top of us. Because it's all weird.
Yeah.
And I haven't been outside because it's been ice cold here for the last 2 weeks. So I haven't really been looking up.
Right. I'm that way too.
Yeah.
When it's too cold, I
Oh,
just
yeah.
don't. I don't do
Yeah,
it.
well, it was really new. I mean, we had 6 inches of snow here in Lolo at my house when that cold thing went through. And it was over a 2-day. We got 3 inches, and then we got another 3 inches. And
Do you all see that
I
big
went
old
to
curve
the
right
school,
there?
and they barely had any snow at all. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we had got snow in the mountains across from us.
yeah, it's really hard when you see it scroll and you don't know. See, now there, it just looks like it's going over the top of the sun, which could be accounting for a lot of this light issue. Because I can't believe how weirdly gray, milky it is everywhere I look. I was driving through the store for getting milk, and it was like, holy cow! Look how weird it looks.
I mean, you can see like the whole
Yeah.
curve going across the sky right there.
Yeah, and there's the
Cutting in.
flame-like clouds of Saturn's yellow moon, definitely visible with a round circle on the right-hand side of the sun. That's definitely Saturn's yellow moon.
And all those asteroids.
And all the asteroids coming in from over off the left as well. And then they're crossing into our view, and literally lead asteroid is crossing in front of and below at horizon level.
Just look at that. That's amazing.
And so you can see the illumination in around 2 frames back of lead asteroid at the horizon level.
Mhm.
Yeah, when the sky looks like this and the sun looks like this,
Being
there's
cut
just a
off.
whole lot of action passing by.
Yeah, they're being cut off from both sides and above, and that's why it's looking all patchy and flary. And if you notice, look at the shadowing out of the light, like hold it right there on this picture. You can see
Okay.
a definite light brilliance on top of the roofs and that straight line out on the left a bit. But if you look over to the right at this red apartment building,
Sorry.
the light's the same. It's the shadowed. And it should be over there too, but it's not. The
Yeah,
same light shining on the
Yeah.
pole and on the
I
top
would
of
say
the
there's a
roof.
lot of
Over to the left, it's bright, but it's not bright on that telephone pole to the right.
Yeah, it's dark.
Don't
It's
even know
dark.
it's shadowy.
Cool.
The light
Yeah.
is wrong. And I've been watching it for a week, and I go, I can't believe nobody sees this. And of course, that's why I drew the light pinch drawing that I put out, the beginning of the month, last month, because I knew it was happening. I see some of this stuff ahead of time. I try not to brag about it, but I know what's going on.
Right.
You
I
see
bet
it twirling. You can see it twirling.
I love also see how the sunlight has the illumination of the second sun behind it right there.
Yeah.
Like you
Where
see it have this unusually bright glow ring around it.
And then the brownish blob behind it.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. I do see a brown red glow behind
I had
that.
somebody arguing the 3-star thing the other day again. It's like, no, let's not go. You can go there. Next.
Facebook user is saying time lapse is the best way to see them move, and I agree. Jesus totally agrees with that. I know.
I like series pictures because I can pick more out. When you can throw a time lapse at me, I get a little bit more confused depending on where you are, where they are. They're used to it, and then me, then I've got to, reallocate the brain.
And
where are we? What are we looking at? And
I
it's
just want
always
to say hi
different
to
than I expect.
Andrea. Sorry, I know this is Andrea, and she's with us. She's been afraid to comment because she might get another restriction. Haha. Yeah, every time she makes a comment on one of our shows, Facebook gives her a 24-hour restriction. Not every time.
that's Andrea Adams.
Yeah, most every time here lately, if she says anything in the comment section, she will get a random, restriction for 24 hours.
Now that we're doing a little more open live show, we might see a higher level of retaliation than we haven't seen yet.
Maybe, yeah.
Bummer. Yeah, she texted with me last night, so she was really upset. She was trying to show you guys something. I think she sent it to me, but I think I fell asleep again. But
Okay.
I'll send it to you later. Yeah.
Sure.
Shame, man. There's a lot of people getting penalized.
I've been so careful. I tiptoe throughout Facebook now after what happened in
Where
April.
have I heard that before?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
That clicking sound is back. You guys hear me?
Oh, the clicking sound. Yeah, I did that too.
I was ignoring it until just now.
I caught my eye. It's like so subtle.
We started out fine.
But you can see it so perfect.
No, it's me. Ha.
I think it's Jillian.
Subverting the humans.
Who knows? But I did notice it kind of started a little after Jillian got on.
Maybe I'm one too many.
Well, it can also have an effect if we have our volume levels too high, then it'll refract back through our own microphone again. So for everybody's general knowledge, if you keep your volume level down as low as you can, so you can hear the other people talking, or wear headphones, then you won't. Then we'll have less of that.
I just tried that.
I hear somebody talking in the background when I talk. Not always, but sometimes. No biggie.
It comes and goes.
Well,
I don't know if it does it when I talk or
Yeah.
not.
it's not the worst thing that can happen. At least we're still on. So
Morse
that's
code. Yeah.
This just caught my eye with all that, streaking happening. Busy.
Yeah, we had shadowing, like shadowing in the morning and shadowing at night, but in this when the sun came up, it just was going off to the sides like beams.
Yeah, we were just talking about that before you came on. We were talking about how everything's weird looking and milky.
Yeah,
There's a weird shadow that makes everything look this kind of a grayish light.
yeah, it's like
Less
like
than
a
vibrant
fuzzy.
colors.
Yeah, it's like fuzzy. It was fuzzy.
Yeah,
I
fuzzy.
don't know.
Exactly. It makes everything look fuzzy, grayish. And I was driving, and I've been watching it for days, and I just went, God, look at that, And I see it. I totally see it.
Yeah, but what is it? It's that
It's the
thing
light pinch
when it
off. I
comes.
mean, it's the pinch off. There's a planet on either side and above, and it's eating up a larger percentage of our light because they're above it. And so we're getting a refracted hue that's cutting off the widening light that we're used to. And we're getting a more centralized flare that's dimmer. And that's why also all of the fog all over the planet, where everybody's talking about these super fogs, because we even have it going on up here. So in our weather, we got an inversion, and our weather warmed up weirdly. And, normally
See
we'd have
that
snow.
shape, Sam?
Yeah,
You
see the
see
light
that
is shining
shape?
under.
What
And
is that?
that's a passing planet, and the light's shining underneath it.
Yeah, you can see the planet really well.
Yeah.
It's
Right
Atu's
there.
moon, and there's the lead asteroid.
Just for a few moments, it's peeking through.
Yeah, see, it's under that orange area is the light shining under, and it's getting dark early. I mean, did you guys notice it's like dark early?
Really early, yeah.
yeah.
It just suddenly started happening.
Oh, it's obvious. Look at that. That's so cool.
Isn't that something, Jesus? Isn't that cool?
And the sunlight is being cut off by the planets. It's edging over, and especially when it
So
comes.
we know Nepicity's here, right?
Well, yeah, and Uri.
Okay.
And that's in, and
And
then
Atu's moon.
it shines through Atu and Uri,
there's Uri.
partially, which will also create a flaring illumination.
Yeah.
And the angle, and I mean, we were talking last week or even the week before on the other shows, where the amount of sky that we actually see that's ours is so small. Well, now it's even smaller, which is why everything's so milky, weirdly gray. We're getting very little sunlight.
Right. I notice like it goes through these typical stages where, the sky will be clear, and then they'll start to move in and get kind of streaky, and then
There's
it'll be
illumination underneath as well. There's
it'll get like this, and then the sky's white after that for hours.
There's a planet, it's Saturn's yellow moon on the one side, and then Uri is on the other side, and then Atu's moon's over the top of us, and it's cutting down way down the light because of all the shadowing.
Right.
And then you see a brief minute, there's that big flare, and it pinches out from between, and everything warms up again. And this is also causing weather effect, because when there's a shadow, then all of a sudden the temperature drops, which means that air is going to move.
Yeah, because we were at -1 at one point.
Yeah, well, I looked at, it was like 950 some millibars of that storm that went just south of you. It went between the channel, and then it went up between, and still up in the channel. And it rotated around and in, and it's a full rotational storm. I don't know why it's not being called what it is. But
They just told us to get ready for Kiaran and that it's going to flood.
right, they named it, and it was a level 2 warning. I don't know what your warning system is over there, but they said it was a level 2.
I was just told it's a SEPA flood alert for Moray, Speyside, and Nairn.
Yeah, and then there's more coming.
Let's see. I was just going to put this out there for anybody that wants to do this. If you're on
Where'd the
Facebook,
moon go? Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say, if you're on Facebook and it's showing up just Facebook user and you want your name to be shown, you just got to go to that website. You just type in streamyard.com/Facebook and give StreamYard approval to access your Facebook page. And then your name and face, your photo will show up if you want it to. So just so everybody knows that that's what you need to do, whoever Facebook user is, if you want to do that. I think JD, I saw him on Facebook commenting. So I think JD was with us. He might still be with us, and he was showing up Facebook user. So hi JD. If you want to come on the show, let me know. I'll bring you on. I would love to have him on. I mean, I chatted with him the other day. I have invited him, and he's going to let me know when.
Yeah, I mentioned it to him the last time we talked also.
Yeah. So
maybe I should get off and see if he wants to get on.
No, I can have up to 10 people at once.
How many?
10.
Ooh. Imagine 10 of us rapping away.
We can have a party.
Yeah. Bring your coffee.
Talking over the top of each other.
Yep.
It could be tricky. So, all right. Let me find my old banner again. We'll put that up for a minute. And we'll drop.
Oh, did anyone see the moon? The moon looks like it's upside down or something.
Yeah, that's another video from MBB333 that we was seeing the moon. The moon crater is.
Yep. I took pictures of it, man. I wish I could send you the pictures right now. Wow.
Send me a copy when you get a chance.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just looked weird. Like you could see a whole bunch of more craters in dark places than usual. So.
Oh, I'm just amazed at how many missions are suddenly on the books to go to the moon.
Yeah, suddenly everybody wants to go there.
Yeah, well, it's because there's something there. They want to look what's behind it.
I'll bet they do.
I don't know what's going on. There's so much going on. Or they want to, check out their new digs on the new base or whatever is being. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I have speculation and gossip, so I have no fact, but I have speculation. So.
Yeah, aren't they lovely wormholes and rabbit holes and all the holes?
Well, that Empire Orb video that we got the other day was cool, and then it shows some sort of a dispersal pattern coming off of it, and I was watching that, and then it automatically went that direction. But I didn't see more.
That when you sent me, Sam, that was the Empire Orb.
Yeah, it had. I got a blow up of the spatial markings of it, and it's the slit eye. That's what's illuminating it. There, yeah. See that little burst right there? That little illuminated burst to the upper right. And then it moved right into that area, and then I'm thinking that's Empire Orb coming in closer, because we know it moves around all the time. It's out there tooling around, a bunch of teenagers having a Saturday night drive, I'm teasing about that part. I'm sure their teenagers are not driving it, but
Yeah, on Halloween night, there was a whole bunch of weird stuff up there.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the Empire Orb closer up.
Yeah, and it's light out of the central eye flare area. It's carved in with other lights on it and all sorts of shit. And once you see it for yourself, this summer I sat and watched it cross from one area of the right of the sun and plain as day for like, God, almost 2 hours. I watched it go over to the left-hand side, and it was just like right there. And then the Texas cube was right there too. And I'm just sitting there with my jaw wide open, going, I'm amazed nobody sees this shit. And yet here we report it, and we report it, and we report it.
On Halloween night, Sam, the sky was really purpley.
Yeah, I saw some pictures of that coming in through Skywatcher 2 today as well. I can't remember. I think Lori got some pictures of it, and if I'm wrong, I apologize.
Definitely purple.
Shots from, if Atu and Atu's moon are going over the top of us high again, we're going to see a refractive series of purple skies, depending on what part of the planet you're on. I saw those red skies a couple weeks ago, and it was just unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life.
Where were they from?
That was from an overhead of a Saturn going directly over us for the first time in the evening. They were off in the distance in the evening. Yeah. And I saw the red skies, that, and I saw the reddest skies I've ever seen, and both faces of his Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn, and then I saw the face of Nibiru off in the far northwest sky, and it was even partially refractive, red purple, so you could tell the definite difference between which body was which. And I'd never seen anything that red like that.
Where was that? You can see it like that. That's amazing.
Well, look at the trees, so we know it's somewhere in a middle hemisphere.
Kaylee is asking if the Empire orb makes a noise that we can hear when it's close.
I never heard anything. Most craft you don't hear. I saw a Star Destroyer with 3 of my friends go over the top of us off the deck. It was, I can't tell you how many thousands of yards above us it was, but we didn't hear a thing, but it did actually scare all the animals out of the forest, and they were literally running in the darkness, which animals don't do unless they're chased up. And we watched it go right over the top of us and never heard a sound.
Wow.
So, and
it's crazy. I expect they can do that, yeah.
Well, we've seen so many videos over the last decade, even, for example, or if you want to go back 40 years, of course, old footage doesn't usually have the definition that we have today. Thank God. There's so many sightings that people really have got to enlarge their understanding that this isn't just one little group of people. This is multiple factions.
Right. I mean, what can you tell us about what you saw on a craft, Sam? Like you told me you were, have some memories of what things you saw. Can you talk about that?
I know what a disc looks like. Sorry, dry throat.
Get a drink. Get a cough drop.
Gotta reach for my cough drop.
Yeah.
I'll be talking and all of a sudden, anyway. We saw lander craft. They're the smaller disc things. They've got. One I saw had 2 rows of windows. It was occupied by grays and another race, and they were sitting there staring out the window after they landed. And then I have been on an Air Force base, and we'll leave it at that, where I walked out and saw a very large Star Destroyer parked on it. That's the size, bigger than a football or 2 football fields or 3 football fields or whatever. I mean, huge. I was far away from it, but it didn't have there's no way you could even fathom the size of it without actually walking up to it, but it was massive. And I know that, I've walked the decks of the smaller lander craft, and I know their technology level is huge, and way, 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 way beyond what anything we understand. And yet it functions for them, and they laid out a bunch of stuff for me and showed me this and that and the other thing. So I have to take into account they are so much more advanced than us, and we have to also increase our comprehension as what's really going on.
Where were you when you saw this craft, that lander craft? Like what?
I was in Montana at the time. That was
Uh-huh.
so
Wow.
one of many, and I've seen stuff fly straight up and by eye here in Montana, and I've seen smaller craft and bigger craft, and I've seen, one of those. I fly over
There
at
it
other
is.
times.
Those. Is that
Yeah.
what a lander craft is, or no? What is
No,
this?
those are like Star Destroyers, just like in Star Wars. Those big, huge ass ships, just like in Star Wars. They are massive, and you look for the conning tower.
The what?
Dun 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 dun
Oh,
dun
okay.
dun dun dun.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Good.
that's what blows me away about this so bad. And it's like not like we're like going, oh, it is, but no, we've got so many sightings over the last decade, and that's a real good example of many of them. And they are freaking huge, and there's lots of them. And I was actually pondering this question in my mind like 2 days ago. It's like, I wonder if they give it to us to make us think we're crazy, or if they give it to us to get us ready in the Star Wars movies and, in Star Trek, where they come up with the Borg cube and all of that. Right? Because these aren't Borg that are in that cube, I promise you that. So, but, and I often wonder, is like, here it is, and it matches, and it's absolutely insane that it matches.
Right.
And we've even got close-ups, and I wouldn't be standing here saying it if we didn't have close-ups of it that match. And, otherwise I'd be going, well, this object that we have sighted on 2 or 3 occasions. But no, we've seen the Texas cube and the long box cube and the space tube and the galactic destroyers and the fighter craft. And don't forget the fighter craft docking station and the support craft and all the other new, pictures we're getting captures of that we don't have groups of that to match to actually come to any level of summation. And those other craft, and we've seen so many, and we can't argue with it, period. I mean, this shit is real. And, we're not talking out our noses. I was going to say something else.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
And, and people constantly say to me, well, you have provided no proof, and going, excuse me, what do you think we've been doing for 10 years? And through the comparatives and the time after time discussions and going, oh, look what this is. Oh, look what this is. Here it is. Here it is. And Jesus has learned it, and Rebecca has learned it, and Jillian has learned it, and Robert in New Zealand, and people in Holland, and people in France, and people in South America, and people in Japan and China and Korea and Malaysia and Australia, and also have, and this is how we piled all of this information together, and we're not guessing. And I even got teased over that. Oh, you keep saying you're not guessing, and all you're doing is doing that. And then I got the routine. Oh, you're such a narcissist and all this shit. I'm going, okay, thank you. Yeah. I feel pretty good about what we do. Okay.
Well,
but that's also the thing is a lot of the people that get frustrated is because they don't. They want it now. They want answers now. They don't realize that this takes a little time to learn. It's not something you're gonna go through a few pictures and okay, I know what there is. I know everything. It's a big topic. It's a very big topic.
True.
And it's very learnable. Very learnable.
It took us a while, though. Remember that first time.
But it takes a little bit to actually see it, and I think people get frustrated and then they just kind of stop, but it takes a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of time, and some of us that have been here 6 years, we still, we're still learning stuff on a daily, on a regular basis. We still get things wrong. We still learn new things, and we still make mistakes. It's just it takes a minute. It takes a little bit, but hang in there. You'll see it. I promise you'll see it.
That's that triangle craft that people don't realize that's actually a Star Destroyer, but it's facing away from us, and we're looking at the back end of it under. It's still a long triangle. It's not a triangle. It's a elongated Star Destroyer triangle, and we're looking at it underneath as it's flying away from the viewer.
Gosh.
That is
Jeez,
crazy.
that's his butt.
Can you imagine? I would love to see that in person. Something I have seen,
Are you
good,
sure?
good triangle crafts. Well, maybe. I
It
don't know.
really messes with you when you have absolute confirmation, and then all of a sudden, bang, your brain goes, "Holy shit! There's a lot I don't know," and
I, I was
that's an
just gonna
odd
ask you,
place.
Sam, how do you deal with, you saw the technology up front, for yourself. How did that mess with you? How did that, what did that do to you? You know,
That took me 25 years of chewing.
Jeez.
I actually had to sit there and really seriously reevaluate everything and everything I knew and everything, because at that time I was, your average scientist with semi-religious uh, teachings in my head from my parents and from the society and everything, and I had to recalibrate all of that because I got information beyond that, just beyond even seeing the technology. I got the off-world story of what is and what is not. Um, and it took a very long time. And then when finally information where you could get into Library of Congress and actually look things up through Freedom of Information, etc., did I find the background that yes, all of this stuff was real because I found funding for the project I was recruited for. Because I mean, there were days I sat there and I thought to myself, "Have I lost my mind? Is
Hmm.
this, are these memories even real? Did I go to sleep after having too many beers at the bar and wake up with this crazy dream?" For many years I tried not to even want to even remember this, and then I had some reactions from friends around me where I watched how it affected their lives. And that was sort of an easier way for me to deal with it by watching them crumble apart. And I tried to communicate to them parts of it. And then I got to watch their sociological way that they dealt with it, including denial. And so that sort of moved me into another space where I
that's
just
in-
went,
that's
"Oh,
that's, in,
shit,
that's
this shit's real."
interesting. That's what made it a little easier for you. That's. I mean, that
Because it's
kind of.
validation, isn't it? It's validation. You know that.
Yeah. It makes sense. Yeah.
One person went far extreme, right wing or left, well, depending on your point of view, right wing, left wing, whatever, off center. And another one started carrying a gun after that from then on, and then he went off into a rather sort of cosplay life where he spent some time lying to people about a bunch of stuff to make himself feel better, and I couldn't believe anybody would even do that. And then another one got uh, ever-endingly emotional every time I brought up the topic. So I saw three separate sociological behaviors of abduction syndrome. So it was a study that I basically ended up watching and then kind of just sort of let go because I wasn't going to change how things were.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, what do you do? You can't correct people when they have created their own idiom or a frame of mind that of fear, and then denial. When they hit the stage of denial and don't even want to open that box of actual humanistic emotional value to topic discuss, rather than you have the denial like that never occurred or I don't remember, or which is the easy answer.
So, what do you think they mean when they say that you changed the way people think about things? Like, what do you think it is specifically that
um,
causes that to happen?
I don't have a lot of those answers other than
Yeah.
that
I
I was
think we're
supposed to
perfect
share this.
examples. I think we're
Excuse me?
perfect examples. You, Jillian, and me. It's just gonna be, broader. That I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you there,
Oh,
Sam,
no
but
problem. Do tell.
I think me, Rebecca, and Jillian, and a lot in the group are a perfect example because I can't see the world the same way, and I've only seen a fraction of what Sam has seen. You know, my entire life, my entire way of looking at everything has changed. My everything has completely changed, and
Right.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
only
what's
see
gonna
it from my own
happen.
crazy balloon world.
Mhm.
That's where I wonder how everybody else sees it, but I see what I see through my own also created point of view outlook. Everybody has a different one. And a lot of that has to do with distraction as well. And you try to teach some people, and I won't give their name, but you know who you are. I'm teasing. Um, there are some people that don't pick up the information the same way we hand it out, and they pick up little portions of it by their attention span. And of course, through their eyes, they see this or they see that, or they retain this or they retain that. I've seen quite a few people, and this goes back to an earlier topic we were having before the show, where certain people get an idea in their head, a preconception, and then they try to blend it into their own values, and somehow the pinball in the pinball machine gets distracted to one direction or another, good,
I
bad.
was gonna say that I see a lot of people that pick it up, but the religious or whatever you want to call it, religious, sometimes whatever political views, they kind of mesh it in together to conform to that. And the thing is that you can't do that. You have to be able to and that's what's difficult about all this is letting all that go.
And that's
Is you
comfort
have
zone,
to,
Nobody
you
wants to
can't just,
crawl out of their comfort zone.
yeah.
It's kind of fun though. I mean, I don't know. I think some people get a kick out of it, get a, rise out of it.
Oh boy, I
But
tell you, I get this is
I
welcome
yeah,
to
have
my roller coaster. Woo!
I have to
God,
remind myself often that not everybody is going to accept it the way some of us have.
right.
A lot of people struggle with it much more. I struggle with it a lot. Not as much anymore because the proof is in the pudding. After you see it so much, you kind of become a little bit more numb to it,
yeah,
and more
yeah,
accepting of it. But
yeah.
I do feel that not everybody is going to accept it the way we have. Not everybody. A lot of people. This is a lot more than some people can handle, and I have to
I
remind
also
myself
self-argue every
often.
time I look out the window.
Yeah,
Every time.
yeah, yeah.
It's like, oh, it's a normal day. Oh shit, look at that. There it is. Like, oh, am I seeing? Oh yeah, there it is. And I spin, all the time. No, yes, yes, no, no, yes,
Yeah, same.
and then
It's
and
good to
then
hear that even you do that, Sam, because I
oh, every
constantly.
day it's just like, oh my God, look at, oh shit, and it's more glorious, more unbelievable that I'm looking at it, and it's just like, God, I never even imagined that, and there it is. And yeah. And then I chuckle because, here I brought that up and talked about it 3 days ago or whatever, or I drew a picture about it and there it is. And then and God, it just spins me and and then I get this little snicker and smile and I go, wow. And it proves to me that this whole thing is working the way it works, and I'm accurate. And then I just, I'll sit there and shake my head, and then I say, okay, I got to do it tomorrow, and off I go some more. I'm not trying to
Right.
be arrogant about it, but I'm very good at this, and I just see it, and here it is, ta-da, and that's how I change things is because it's so evident to me, and I just share it with everybody because I think it's important, and that's exactly why I do it, because I felt very strongly in 1980 that everyone had a right to know that this was the case. And it seemed evident to me that we had to have a binary solar system. And 83% of all solar systems have two or more stars. So what made Earth the exception? We don't know. So we're not the exception. And then it's amazing. You can't even get anybody past that beginning premise. And then dun dun dun, you're in crazy town. No, reality is, and we have to focus on a reality of science that most everyone is even afraid to even imagine.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm banging on about Halloween night. I went out because I've got the little dog now, so I was out with the doggy, and it looked honestly like right of the moon, where the moon should be. It was like the moon was sitting behind something, and there's something on its side and something on its side, and the moon was down inside behind something, and the one on the right was
Over our head.
like you could actually see land masses or lights on another planet. You could see lights.
That's most likely going on because they're above us now, and they're starting to be illuminated past Earth when they go beyond, and if they're catching light on their illuminated side, and we're underneath them, and we see that illuminated side, then that's what you're probably seeing. Because we know there's been a lot of nighttime illumination. Hello, Empire Herb. What I love is the little ships that fly on afterwards. Those guys.
Yeah.
Those
Little dudes, yeah.
like fighter craft, TIE fighters, God only knows. The X-wings, who knows?
Well, they must have got the little suckers from somewhere, Sam. They obviously got them from somewhere because
Can you imagine?
Everything is too perfect.
Can you imagine the world leaders' faces when they were shown the show of force going, okay, we're here, here's our technology, and if you don't do what we tell you, we will invade.
Crispy fry you with one of these.
Yeah, Mars, one of my favorite movies, and I wish I could get a copy of it, is Mars Attacks. God, I loved that movie. It was so corny. I loved every second of it. Anyway, yeah.
Mine was War of the Worlds. I like that because of the music.
Well, it depends on which one. The original one, yeah, but the new one with what's his face? Yeah, that wasn't bad. They did do the robot.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah.
The oopy space fingers and all of that. Yeah, the alien hand reaching in for people. Ugh. Drama. Yeah.
See, I never was a sci-fi person. Honestly, it's funny. I'm not like, you would think I would be all over that, but I haven't been.
I like the Predator versus Alien series and all of that. That's a really great series, but I've got a copy of it, of course, but I don't watch it often. Yeah. Anyway, so back to the planets.
I was gonna say I have a video.
Did we lose Jesus?
Huh?
Where'd Jesus go?
Where did he go?
Where is he?
Oh, he'll be back in a second. I don't know. He popped out for a second.
Okay, I just looked up because I was doing other stuff too.
We'll wait for him to get back.
I got used to talking but not looking.
It was from MB333 shared this a few days ago, and maybe you saw this, Sam, but it's supposed to be from the ISS, and it was showing asteroids really well. And then I don't know, we'll see here in a second. I thought maybe it was surface of a planet. So we'll wait for Jesus to get back, and then I'll pull that up.
Okay.
But it was interesting.
Yeah.
Something different.
I wish I could show you mine. Oh, I was so sure of it. I wanted to show you guys, and then I thought, I won't be able to see you for a while. Yeah.
I'm surprised you're up, Jillian. I still can't believe it. It's like almost 4:00.
Yeah, I think I should go to bed. I'll see you guys another time.
Are you going to bed now? Okay.
Night.
All right. Well, I'm happy you stayed with us.
Yeah, I wanted to show. I'm disappointed. I wanted to show those pictures, but I can't show them.
Well, we will on Saturday. You'll be with us Saturday?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, send me those pictures on Messenger, and I'll help get them loaded in case you can't.
Yeah, I really wanted to show them to Sam, see what he thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They
just were different to other ones that I've taken for a while, and I like it when I get ones like that make you go,
Yeah, I like those too. I want to see them.
Fun stuff.
All righty.
Cool.
Night, people.
Good night, Jillian. Bye. See you later.
Bye.
All right. I don't know what happened to Jesus, but I'm sure he's
I hope his
working
phone
on
didn't die or whatever.
this.
Or-
Tell
Yeah,
him night night for me if I can get off here as well.
for sure.
Okay.
Bye. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm looking up, and now that the picture's even bigger, I got to take a new photo of me, one that's a little more age recent.
Okay.
I was 10 years younger than I am in that picture that we're all looking at right now.
10 years.
And for those of you guys who are new, the reason that we're running me without my camera because my link that way works.
Yeah.
And if I try to run the camera and the mic at the same times, I freeze and patch out and get booted off. So, and it has to do with
Want
my
that.
Montana upload speed and all of that.
Someone had just mentioned in the comments, I can't find it now, but they were wondering either why you weren't showing your video or wishing you could, I think is what they were implying. They would like to see you. Wish
Yeah,
they could see
I
you.
will try to remember to take a newer picture of myself.
Yeah.
And
I'd
it
like
has to do with the high definition camera versus the older camera pictures fit. And the HD pictures are harder to post on this site. I don't know why. You're back.
Yeah, I
Nice.
got. That's the second time I get kicked off. I don't know what happened.
Oh,
Really?
I
Wow.
had to turn off my phone and get back on here, but yeah, just completely cut off.
Yeah. That's
has anyone mentioned to you that that they keep seeing a face behind you on your wall?
I saw somebody post something about that, and I was looking at it, and I gotta say there was something.
Yeah, I had a guy comment back again this week. He said, "But it's still there,
Really,
even though
again,
that you changed your light."
huh.
So,
interesting.
oh yeah, when you okay, move your head one. Yes, if you look right there, there's a white patch with a fold in it or something, a grayish,
I
right
see it.
behind you,
I think I see it.
and
But I was
kind of
seeing it
looks
in
like
this picture. It
pareidolia with the nose and the eyes, and
yeah, that's there's definitely something there to it.
dun dun dun. It's Halloween.
Somebody's watching over me.
You bet, you bet.
Where did-
It's your
where'd
it's your
Jillian
guardian
go?
angel.
She went to
Yeah.
bed and she said to tell you have a good night. And
Oh, no.
yeah, it's 4:00 in the morning where she is.
Hmm.
So she's gonna go to bed. I was telling Sam, I was waiting for you to get back, and I have a clip that I got from MB333, and it's from the ISS. I think it was the 27th of October, and it showed a field of asteroids.
That's I was seeing
Is that the one you were
That-
talking about
that's
too?
crazy.
Okay,
That's crazy.
I have it.
But he's been posting a few of those. One from the ISS, and then a few other from people recording stuff that's just flying all over the place.
Ooh, brain
Oh,
candy.
boy.
Yay.
Okay, pull it up. And it takes a moment to kind of get
And
into
it
it.
intensifies. It starts
Yes.
out, and then it intensifies.
So there it goes. Like it's raining in a.
Jesus Christ, that is.
Well, we
And
are in the middle of the Orionid meteor shower.
It's just strange here, like what something is moving in. Do you see this, Sam?
Yeah.
It's like, what is this? What is that?
That's got to be asteroid rings.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. It just looks like the whole.
Hey, remember what we've been seeing in Rainbow? Look at that. That could be the tan asteroid right there. See how big that is?
Wow, you're saying
Now,
that
if we reverse my drawing of the tan asteroid, that's that right
You
there.
think that's surface of an asteroid, maybe?
No, I think this is all gaseous rings of asteroids and debris of a planet going over the top of us at the end of the 180-day close pass.
Oh man.
And we could be even looking at oceanic surface here, depending on which planet, or we're looking at rings. That's the
Was it
close passing planet. And because if you
hot?
look at the debris field, you're still seeing through it. The red star in the middle upper center is
Yeah.
still in
Yeah.
that one place, so it's
Yeah.
you're seeing through it.
So
So
it's atmosphere.
this is asteroid field
Yeah.
on a
And
close passing planet.
nobody mentioned in the video that this is out in space, so you can
Yeah,
call this clouds, but
they're illuminating
this
because
proves what
they're
we've been
above
saying
Earth,
about space clouds.
Doesn't.
and notice where the illumination is coming from the far right, and it's shining on the back of these clouds, and those are probably asteroids with smaller debris, gaseous fields. And we know what the bottom of the Uri base cloud looks like. And doesn't it look like that onset?
It does. It does. Remember that
The
picture with
smaller
the
micro debris closer to the horizon, then it builds up in a slow 35-degree angle where it hits the base cloud.
Jesus.
Can you? Wow.
Could you imagine the show going on up there? My God.
Yeah, I ponder that regularly. I mean, we have the show down here. You just got to sit and watch it. And, I mean, I can barely draw. God, I've actually thought about sitting down and painting some of this. Got to go buy paint.
I was getting ready to say that would be awesome. I would love, because you're really a talented artist.
Thank
You can draw really well.
I'm a landscape painter. I've been painting since I was 5 years old. My father is from Holland, and Dutch people paint.
Yeah.
And I've been painting since I was a child. And I even took drafting school, so which is why I understand light and angle. And that's why, horizontally I do landscapes, and I do people not very well. I'm not very good. I'm not a great artist, but I'm a good cartoon / illustrator. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Stop it right there.
Okay.
Look at that circle. That's literally from the bottom of the pick to 3/4 of the way up. In the whole center of this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at.
Looks like one very large cylindrical circular object, and wow. And then if you look, there's dark shadowing up above it to the left, which would, because the light is coming from the right. Wow, whatever that is, that's amazing. I would lay odds that's close past asteroid field underneath Uri and Atu, and
Yeah.
it couldn't be anything else. We know that that's in our area, but I'm surprised by the angle and the direction of movement. But then it makes sense because Uri is now over the top of us and heading north, because it was in the east sky, and now it starts in the east and works its way now to the north sky and then lifts up. It's odd. It's hard to describe how the transition has changed, because we got used to watching them in 2012, and then it all changed in 2015, 16 again, and then again in 2017, 18, and then 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and it's all been changing, and so it's hard to describe where it's gone now.
That is absolutely insane.
So big. Yeah, that's got to be onset of asteroids.
That's great.
Gaseous fields underneath the base cloud of Uri, and yes, they're that huge right now, which is part of why even to the critics, keep going. And you've been warned. This is what I'm warning about: is that we're in close pass.
I really wonder what the people on the ISS were thinking. When that was going by, if they had any clue. I wonder if they know.
Oh, I'm sure that they've got people up there watching nonstop for traveling objects, because all it would take is, something the size of a marble to fly through those tin cans up there that's free of its, schizoid orbit. And boom, they've got a hole, and the next thing you know, you have dead people. So I'm sure they're constantly aware of all of their objects around them. I bet you they got hellacious radar and people tracking it 24 hours a day
I bet.
down here and up there. God knows what they've got actually going up there, because it's, what they show us versus. And we've also caught their ISS studios in lies, and everybody knows about the bee.
Constantly.
There was a video where somebody actually screenshot and recorded what they were putting off their feed, and there was a bee flying near one of the arrays. And excuse me, bees don't fly in space. And it landed on one of the rounded body parts that's in visual scope of the ISS cam, which proved it was a sound studio. And they were just showing screenshots of old material. So because the planets were so close, they couldn't show. And I'm sure that they've got people up there that are completely bound up in non-disclosure agreements, not talking about it. Who knows? I mean, God, I would love to be off world and be able to watch the actual show. That'd be awesome.
Wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I think about that all the time. I'd love to get a bird's eye view of the whole thing. That'd be fascinating.
I was driving in my car and I have tinted windows, and I rolled down my window as I was headed west, and the sun was to the south of me, and it shined through the wind. Man, I got an instant sunburn, and it was like, holy cow, is that thing hot? And here it is, November, and this was this week, October, November, and that sun was so baking hot. The moment I rolled down my window, I couldn't believe it. It was like, wow. And it's very intensely bright, painfully uncomfortable to shine on your skin. I mean, it was instant. And then even 5 minutes afterwards, I was in the house going, wow, I can still feel where the sun was shining on the side of my face. So,
that to me started a few years ago. I remember.
Well, I remember when the second sun got here, there was a period of time you couldn't walk outside without your eyes just watering like crazy. You couldn't look up at all. And you could actually see the window tinting circles in your window tint of your car glass. And you never could see that before, ever. And that was 2011, 2012. And I remember that because I have light sensitive eyes and from many years of migraines. But I remember it and seeing the orbitoids in my glass, in my factory tinted glass, going, that's not normal. And then of course I knew that the second star was here, and we've had double rainbows and triple rainbows ever since, and people don't get that part. And hello, excuse me, there's just so much going on. Like that shot, for instance, that's the spiral asteroid.
Okay.
Plain, cameo appearance. There it is.
Sure.
Behind it, there's the spiral.
Yeah.
And it's proper size, just off the horizon. And it was.
So how can you tell it's the spiral? I mean, what is it about this that tells you that?
Spiral, it's A size. B is where it is off the horizon, off the deck. And then C is the spiral ion tail behind it. If you look at it, it's rotational.
Yeah.
It pulls in these curly Q behind it. And I'm just so familiar with the face pattern on it that it's plain and simple. That's the face pattern of the spiral asteroid.
Cool. I was going to say, what about this? Do you know what that might be? That beam of light?
Oh, the beam of light. That's just the central. Well, it's light shining in a central focus up from underneath something. And that could even be just the normal clouds. But we also know that there is a light pinch going on that is causing that central flaring, which will be part of that added effect. Why there would be a shaft light in the first place to refract, or it's the straight actual capacity of the light pinch between the two planets that's beyond the clouds that we're looking at.
Okay.
Which is also showing you the low illumination that's going on, like even on the grass on the ground.
Hmm.
And the trees and everything else.
I was just curious, like, what is happening here? Like, what would make those patterns?
Density core and snorkel shadowing.
Yeah. So mainly nipicity.
Yeah, that's probably opacity, and the core is illuminated, and the snorkel is probably dropping, and so it's created the illuminated purple blue to the left in a drag off on
Wow.
the tipped axis. Yeah, I saw that.
This one here.
Yeah, that's new. That's cool.
Yeah.
I now that I've got it in a bigger picture now. Cool.
Uh-huh.
Wow, look at that.
What is this?
Well, all right. What direction are we looking at? Well, I would have to say red asteroid. Spiral asteroid and Atu's moon with Atu dark purple blue behind it. Because we're looking at sunset. And we know that the red asteroid is just off the deck. We know that the spiral asteroid is behind the red asteroid. And then we know that Atu and Atu's moon is also just off the deck on the left-hand side. So it's a little small to be Atu's moon. I'm interested in that facial rounding.
Which part are you saying might be Atu's moon? Like which?
On the left,
Uh-huh.
light blue
Uh-huh.
round.
Boy, that'd be
circular
really
pattern on it.
distant, wouldn't it?
Well,
Wow. I'm used to seeing Atu's moon, fill the whole
yeah,
sky.
yeah. Well, right,
That's
me too,
different.
and this is why I'm arguing with it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Dry throat again. Cough drop. Where are you?
But there is. Wish I could zoom in on it because on the left side, like the left orb on the left side is like this funny shape. You notice that?
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
a squiggly.
it's like a core illumination, but it's on its side, so that and we have to ask where the main light is coming from here, and it doesn't make sense. It says the light is coming from the left, but we know that the sunset is on the right.
Wow. See, I would have guessed these were all just asteroids, but
well, I would assume because of the color, it's probably the red asteroid, and probably that white illumination is the spiral asteroid. But being backlit, I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, and perhaps, no, I don't really see any car lights or anything that's going to cause a flare on the camera lens to cause this.
See, I kind of, my first thought was kind of what
Is it through
Kaylee's
car
saying.
windshield? Excuse me?
See what Kaylee's saying. I kind of thought that's what my original thought was, that it looked kind of like what we, like that Empire Orb video.
It's shooting the ring out. Oh,
yeah.
Very interesting.
That was my original thought,
Wow. Okay. Yeah. An opening of a wormhole. It's entirely possible. And we could be looking at a craft that is flying in front of the red asteroid. Yeah. Okay. I'd buy that. Sure.
Cool.
Sure. I'm sorry. I never even thought about that. Yeah. It does almost look like craft-like with the central triangular with the illumination around it opening a wormhole.
That's interesting. That is very interesting.
We've seen numerous examples of that. Well done. I totally apologize. I hadn't even thought about that. See, I didn't see the video, so yeah, that would make far more sense. It really would, because it shows the tail of the illumination of the wormhole opening.
So, are you talking about the Empire Orb?
No? It could be any number of craft. They crawl into wormholes all the time. Blurp, goodbye, gone. They travel freely through space in ways that you don't even understand, and they can go anywhere they want, and any time they want, depending on which faction you're talking about. The old green flare at sunset.
Yeah.
That's of course something that you capture when you're out to sea, and sailors look forward to it, but it is a regular occurrence.
Okay. I wasn't sure why it
That's
turned
that's
green.
the green flare. If you watch that pirate movie, I can't think of it right off the top of my head. Captain Jack Sparrow and all of that. They talk about that, and that's where that one ship. Then they flip it, and it all of a sudden comes back into the real world, from the world of the dead.
That was it. I was just getting started on
Yeah,
this.
that would make far more sense. That would be a craft flying past the red asteroid at night, opening a wormhole. That would make total sense. But see, I didn't want to jump there. I mean, I was like trying to make sense of what the hell
That's
we were
cool,
looking at.
though. We
That's
had
cool.
Facebook user saying night night. So good night, Facebook
No.
user.
Thanks for being there.
Shit that I
Yeah.
don't see.
Super.
I wish I did. Yeah, well done. Very well done.
Let's see. Close that out.
Try not to choke on my cough drop here.
You really got an obsession with cough drops, don't you, Sam?
Well, when I talk though, I get
Flavor.
it's dry in the house, and I'm not boiling water right now. And when I talk, I get a sore throat.
Let's see what else I have. You know, my phone has damage, so I kind of got a couple of days here now. I haven't been able to do all the things I planned on and loading all the things I planned on, but I still have
See, up
quite a
here,
bit.
when you run your heater takes all your moisture out of your air. So I'm having it in the winter.
Yeah.
We boil water in the house all the time because it's always getting dry. And Utah, you're moisture because you're sitting in the basin. And then in Oklahoma, you're dry all the time, aren't you?
Yes.
No, but in New
It is
Mexico,
dry.
my dad, a lot of people I know have the wood stoves. They always have a pot of water,
Right.
just to keep
Right.
it moist. Yeah.
Right. And right now, my percentage rate in my house is like 25% moisture. And it's dry in this house already in the heater. So I have to boil more. And if I boil water, then it's easier to talk, and then I don't get dry throated. But I also am allergic to this darn cat. And
The darn cat.
Yeah, she gets 3 feet away from me, and I'm like,
And
I
it is-
can't talk,
Oh man.
Yeah, illumination. There it
I think
is.
that we
Right
saw
before
this
your
one.
eyes. The light settles underneath.
Let's go past.
And
Well, we'll
illuminate
go
the bottom of these planets.
let it do its thing.
That
I just
orange
love
area
that
is
part
the
right
bottom
there.
face.
That is so
See the
cool.
cutoff right
Yeah.
there. See the cutoff.
See how quickly that happens.
And it changes, and then they move.
Moment. And then right there, you see it again, right? You saw that too? It just
Cuts it
trucking
off.
right
Cuts it
by.
off.
Yeah,
It's
that is so
like the-
cool. Yeah.
And
The clouds.
they're moving rather quickly now. They were
Here it
slower.
comes.
I mean, when they were farther away. Now that they're over the top of us more, and I goes back to just me not even believing that nobody notices the huge light issue. It just blows me away.
But see how yellow it looks also?
Yeah, look,
to
get
me?
down on look at the city down there off into the left-hand corner here. It's all gray. Where's the color? Where's the definition of the objects? It's all gray.
Yeah. The lighting is really weird.
Yeah, it's weird and it's wrong. Looks like looks like everybody's got fog or pollution.
Kind of
course,
green looking too.
We've had fog, and there's been fog events here, even that when all that stuff started, where all these cars crashed in numerous places around the country. We had the mass crashes because a fog set in. Because
Yeah, there was a
light.
100-car pileup recently because of the fog.
Yeah, and they called it a super fog. And we have fog here too. The other day, I couldn't see across the street, which we do have an inversion area in our valley. So, yeah. Oh, honey, yeah, good idea.
Yeah, you got a recommendation here.
Yeah, I should just run in the kitchen, grab a big old spoonful, and
And you know what
Right.
else they say? Honey, onion, honey. Have you done that? Heard about that? Like chop up a purple onion and put honey in it, put it in a jar, and within a few hours it creates a syrup, and use
I
Take a
have both.
spoon.
I have both in the house.
Yeah, take a spoonful of that onion honey every few hours, and it's highly recommended. Very healing and detoxifying.
Yeah, I do like the old onion in the living room
Socks.
effect.
Yeah,
A
at
while
night
we
on
do
your
that
feet.
occasionally. When all you sickies out there, we don't get sick because we're not around people who are sick. So
Yeah. Anytime something
yeah,
shows
did
up
you
in
see how
my
fast
house,
it was, and then it was gone?
let's go back and look at that. But anytime sickness arrives in my house, that's the first thing I do is make onion honey because it really works. It really makes you feel better.
Where was it? I didn't even see.
Here it comes.
Keep going.
See all that? Like,
And what do we know that is?
oh boy, asteroids.
Correct.
Yeah.
You can tell by it because it's that angle.
Right,
It's not that
right, and
perfect
they are,
angle
and
left
yeah,
of our sun.
And the
Yeah.
they're
shapes.
there, and then they're there, and then they're gone.
And then poof.
And yet they're
And-
still illuminated because the illumination has changed. Look at the trees, and then the city and the lights.
Yeah.
See the lights come on,
Yes.
and see the illumination above. It's still there. They are still there, but they turn white and become illuminated from underneath.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's there. I can see the shape.
And
There it is.
had I not seen that a million times, I'd probably say all I see is clouds.
Right. Right.
But I've seen it a million times.
Right,
So.
and
That's
the
what I
shape
say
is
a lot.
repetitive, and the illumination underneath them, and we've seen it. But we also watched them from really small to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And now
Which
we also
which
know.
is sometimes why when people say all I see is clouds, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I get it, but I get it, but you got to dig a little deeper, maybe. I always say before you make up your mind, just give it a little bit more time.
Yeah, and this is, of course, why we do the monthly site drawings, which draws it in a more simplistic manner that everybody can just easily access and say, okay, this is what's on the left-hand side of the sun. This is what's on the right-hand side of the sun. And we've done it this way for, oh God, like 8 or 9 years now. 7 years. I don't know how long I've been doing drawings. And it's just always worked because it makes a quick monthly pinnable single-page reference guide that has been accurate. And of course, I'll let you guys discuss that part. So
That's so cool. I just want to say hi to Nancy. I see that she's with us.
Hi, Nancy.
Yeah.
yeah, Nancy, I noticed the other day that you were commenting on who was moderating Montana Skywatcher currently, and that would be me. And we got some new members in, and they of course turned out to be spam posters, and I got rid of them as fast as I saw them.
Yeah.
But I wanted to verbally say hello, and I think we took care of it, and thank you. That's what happens every time you have members. 3 or 4 or 5 of them got to go.
I know you only add a few at a time, otherwise it gets kind of crazy.
Yeah, welcome to the zoo, and you got to start picking who's a good monkey and a bad monkey. Bad expression, I apologize. I just realized my mistake the moment I said it. Good member, bad member, I should say. Well, we're all monkeys. Me
trying
too.
To get this one. No.
Monkeys in our own little zoo.
You all get the idea.
How do you do? Yeah, illumination above us. Illumination above us.
Yeah.
And they, of course, have their cloud pattern too, and we're looking at their atmosphere mostly. Ours is the yellow sky down below.
I think younger people have a hard time, realizing it because they don't have a basis of what the clouds used to look like 20 and 30
this is
years
not the
ago.
sky I grew up with in any way, shape, or form.
Older people our age that are, more in tune with all of this because they can tell this is not normal.
Well, nor are the storms and the wind speeds and the number of rotational low pressure systems and dried out rivers and earthquakes and tsunamis and we've had more catastrophes in the last decade than we've had in the last 50 years combined.
Yes.
And it's with minor exceptions. I mean, you could probably sit there and talk about the 1961 earthquakes and all of that, but not like this. And there's people losing. Entire cities are being wiped out all over the place. Acapulco is a really good example. The place in Libya is another example where that city was wiped off the map. And all the mass flooding going on in China over and over and over again. And that's not reaching our general news. You have to look that up. And now that superstorm that's hitting the southern coast of England and France and stuff. And if you look in the next couple of days at some of the reports on YouTube, and this storm name, I still haven't written it down. I should. And see what its effects are going to be. There's going to be a lot of people spending a lot of money to fix a lot of stuff from reoccurring storms. And then there's another one coming. So,
Right.
and it's even bigger. I looked at it this morning and this afternoon, and the rotational low on the way that's in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean that's headed that way on the jet stream. And it's got even more destructive internal red patterns compared to what just went by them now, and which is now between England and then the European coast, which is the central eye of that storm.
What day is that supposed to?
It's rotational.
Yeah, is there a certain day that's supposed to affect places?
It'll be the next couple of days.
Okay.
It's
my eye out. Yeah.
It's close. It's in between the United States.
Well, they told everybody it's gonna be a El Nino winter, so nobody's questioning anything because.
Well, that's over here, but over in England and Spain and Europe and the west coast of Africa, the weather has completely changed than what I've watched for years. And of course, the weather has completely changed now too on the Yucatan Peninsula and Christ, we had a hurricane hit go past Cabo and Baja again 2 weeks ago, and then there was the one that hit Acapulco 2, 3, 4, 5 days later last week, and that thing grew so big so fast and it slammed into Acapulco and we just wiped it out at a category 5, and that happened overnight, which they've never ever recorded storm intensity magnification of that ratio ever in history. So in recorded history. And so
this is a video I was watching.
Yeah, this is Acapulco. Yeah.
Yeah, and what blew in, it came in overnight and it just slammed Acapulco. And people have to realize that this is going to be a continuing pattern, and they're going to get worse and worse. So we talked about why we think people lived underground. If we magnify this going on around the world, which it has been, and it's just not making the news unless you go look for it. And Hawaii, and there's flooding in
This is Ireland.
Right. There's flooding in Ireland. There's flooding in Bulgaria. There's flooding in France. And there's going to be more flooding in Spain and all the way to Milan. Because I watched the weather pattern all the way through, I believe, Saturday or Sunday, and it looked like it was going to go all the way into the up to the Alps, all the way up to the top of the world and hitting the base of India and all of that.
I was telling Sam earlier, I was like, I don't have, you don't remember 20 years ago seeing this much flooding, especially flooding where cars are just being swept away. That's not something that we could remember being a normal occurrence.
Yeah, you get 2 years worth of rain in 2 hours.
Right.
And there isn't a sewer system anywhere designed to handle that. In some cases, you get mass rivers, which is what happened to Yellowstone,
From
and which is
Kepi
what happened
Peter,
to Colorado.
Clearwater Beach looking.
That was interesting. Oh, was that on your?
It was on my
soundtrack?
video
Okay,
here.
I thought, okay, somebody else is
Yeah.
talking. Well,
Yeah, they were talking
that
about
car.
all the rain and
Yeah, look at that. Nice car. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's high winds went through there, and that was a nasty storm. And I've seen 2x4s fly through school buses, from one side out the other. So
let's see what else I have here.
coastal flooding, and we're going to see that, and everybody who does live by the coast, your chances of coastal flooding, these mega storms are pushing more water than ever before.
We have Italy here.
Yeah, and this is why I'm saying Milan, because northern Italy is going to get some serious rain when that wind and storm system gets there. That'll be in a couple of days, or a day after tomorrow, or today. I don't even know. I'd have to actually go back and look to see what current conditions are, but sometimes they move faster than but that, if you've experienced that, we had that happen up here in Montana a couple of times already, where there's just high winds and just absolutely sideways, you can't see through rain. And that's one of those things that got us too. And also part of what I've been trying to warn other people, that if you have your roof, you're lucky. Because I had to go and repair mine I'm still repairing it. I'm going up there regularly and trying to add new screws.
That was Brazil.
Yeah.
It is Brazil.
Well, the Amazon's weather, the Amazon River is actually drying up, and they were very, very shocked at very low levels of water. Well, it's up in the atmosphere, it's boiling off, and now it's coming down. And it's coming down in different ways than we're prepared for. This is climate change, but it's not climate change for what they're telling us is climate change. Yes, man has part to do with that, but this also has to do with all the planets are going through axis tip and all of that. So our climate is moved, as well as more intensified by that damn bright, hot frickin' sun, which we know is more than what the media talks about.
So we know that the floods happen, because of rain bombs of Nepicity. Is the water coming? I mean, where is all of this water coming from?
It's boiling off faster than normal. It's like, adding a heat lamp over the top of a glass of water and then adding another one that's even bigger. And that's what we've got going. We've got that sun is so much hotter, and our skin is telling this the moment you're out in the sun. At this time of year, it shouldn't be that hot. And it's just really, really hot, and it's boiling water off faster. And this is why we're all warmer than we're supposed to be. We bumped back up into the 50s the other day, and all our snow melted, which is good on one hand, bad on another. And I agree with all the water that'll soak in that we can get, and snow actually stabilizes it so it doesn't run away as fast, and then it sinks in. So I like that. That's good. But weather's boil off, angle of facial axis tip and refraction ratio off the planet face will boil our water off faster, and then it goes up into our atmosphere. And then with current weather conditions, hot and cold regions, when hot and cold meet, that moisture boils out of or drops out of the atmosphere in a rainstorm or a freak storm or a massive storm or a rotational storm. So we're getting way more water because there's way more water floating up in our atmosphere than normal, which is also part of the fog.
Yeah.
And thicker jet streams, more freak weather, and larger hail, and
these used to be really uncommon occurrences, and now they're everything but. I mean, we're having these things happen on a weekly basis.
Yeah, $1 million hailstorms, $1 billion hailstorms where there's a grapefruit size that goes through your roof,
They're so common now that they barely make the news.
Yeah. And what blows me away is the fact that it isn't reported. And it's just beyond me. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Remember how many times it's happened in Texas lately? It's like, holy shit. It's just literally so often that, you know, I mean, what do you get? You got to drive a tank, or you get used to a golf ball marked truck, I guess, and go, yep, my car got beat up and I replaced the windshield 5 times, you know, something like that. I can't even imagine trying to pay for shit to fix it and fix it and fix it and fix it. Wow. You know, and you know, this is, all over the world, mass flooding, freak
Yeah,
storms.
these are all recent, like in the last few days, all of these. Yes. Yeah.
And it's not reported on the national news in any way, shape, or form because they're busy talking about stupid and stupid.
Well, I think TikTok has been a better news source than CNN.
Right.
Well, now when we're trying to share information, they're warning us that, you know, the song you're about to share on your music website comes from a source that may have disinformation. I just chuckle over that. Shit, now you get in the way. Okay, now you're here after a long time ago where everybody got all the disinfo out, and now you step in.
And disinformation is fine if it's not accurate with them, you know. As long as it's not accurate, they're
yeah, make sure any used car that you buy was not recently in a flood, because I bet you there's millions of them on the market right now. Because there is flooding everywhere, and even in the United States, you know, they had flooding up in Maine, they had flooding in Vermont, they had flooding up in DC, they had flooding in New York City, and we forgot about that already. They had huge over rain flooding in New York City just a week ago, wasn't it? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, recently, a couple of weeks.
Out of sight, out of mind, gone. I have a short memory. And the East Coast is going to see a lot of that this winter because that's the new change of the weather pattern, because it's coming straight out of the central troposphere of the Mexican Pacific Ocean over the Yucatan Peninsula and all of that, and over the Mexican Rockies at Baja area, which it never used to do, into the Gulf of Mexico. And it never used to do that, and now it is. And that moisture is going to be running all the way up the East Coast, all the way to England, like it is right now. Yeah, Panama and those guys, and they've all had some freaky central Gulf weather this year. They've had quite a few, and we could still see more hurricanes. But most of the hurricanes have run up into the Atlantic Ocean, which is what one of them is dealing right now, is what hits France now, because those hurricanes that came off Africa that went north didn't disband. They were what they call fish storms, but they actually did go all the way up into the North Atlantic and hit England. And those people are lucky they can stand up. Yeah,
they're glad. Just came out of nowhere. Poor lady. She's just trying to get home, and that happens.
That's the thing. You got, a house can burn down in 15 minutes. A flood can wipe out a city in 20.
Yeah.
And I've watched a lot of tsunami footage, and I've watched a lot of earthquake footage, and I've watched a lot of this stuff to be informed. And we've had major earthquakes in Turkey. We've had major earthquakes all over, and then of course there's a ticking time bomb around Italy and Greece and all of that, and their geologic volcanic issues. And there's more all around the world. Alaska, Oregon, etc.
That's what I'm saying. It's like most of these are from the last few days. It just means every day there's somewhere that's having just these catastrophic floods.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
and it's not making the news. And you have to really, and Jesus and I have both said this countless times in multiple shows prior, you've got to really go out and look for your weather. And then when you see a storm, do look it up and then follow through. And then of course, get different news sources than just one. The BBC is very good. The India news is very good. Australian news is pretty good. There's a little bit of controversy with some of it. Part of it is being blocked from the US as well, because Australia has a tendency to be a little more blunt in their news. Not that I'm putting it down, because it's a news source. And I mean, look what's going on. There's shit flying everywhere, people. And if you don't know it, you need to know it, because there's, non-normal weather happening, all and very strong, powerful onset instantly. Not been in the, okay, well, they gave you kind of a warning on the news, but no, they're not even telling you what's coming. So it's a lot of stuff going on.
Well, they want to make it appear that everything is fine and, just keep working and keep paying taxes and everything's fine.
Yep, everything's fine. Just go.
Right. Just watch your movies and go see a ball game or something, and don't worry about it.
And people really
Get
know
your cell
what's
phone, buy
happening.
more on Amazon. Things you think you need. Buy now. Sale, Louis Vuitton. They promote them.
Looks like this was a
Sandstorms.
pilot.
Yeah,
Yeah. Wow.
there's been lots of weather-related storms where people can't see, including fog, including sandstorms. Lots of cars, lots of damage, lots of freak storms where massive loss of money, unbelievable amounts of destruction. And I can't even imagine the weather-related toll on our budget or for the entire planet. GDP is being cost here by a lot of this. It's just staggering.
It makes me wonder if they're, if they know this is happening and destruction is coming around the corner, if they are going to bother to rebuild much. I just wonder how that's going to play out.
Well, there's videos on that too, where they're talking scenarios where electrical situations should be repaying infrastructure to harden their electrical devices against disasters, including a solar EMP or a Carrington event. And I was watching a video on that earlier this afternoon, as a matter of fact. And they're not investing because most people don't believe that these catastrophes are coming. And we all have to, from the bottom to the top, start taking into account that there's a lot more going to happen. This is why I've talked to people, if you can afford, and if you've been thinking about it, buy a small solar array and even keep it where it wouldn't be hooked up, just in case, and learn how to hook it up. But if it's disconnected, I guess it has less chance of it frying in an EMP event from the sun. I don't say whether we're going to have one. We could have a Carrington event. But it's good to have plans for other things, especially, a bug out kit. I don't recommend keeping bottled water. I'd say larger 5-gallon buckets of good plastic that's not going to decay as fast on you. And having food support and emergency buckets of, they sell it at Walmart when you can get them. They have these little emergency kits of emergency food and extra clothing and, some first aid and some batteries and candles and matches and lighters and whatever. But, think about that, having some of that stuff available, because you never know when you need to grab it and run out the door.
What about like people like me and my family? I feel like I don't have anywhere to run to.
That's true. Yeah. Where do you go?
Uh-huh.
You have to
Like
evaluate
Alan,
that as per conditions, but in a lot of cases, you've got just enough time to run to the bathroom and hide in the bathtub.
yeah,
Grab
right.
a pillow or a blanket or whatever, pull it over the top of you. And especially in Oklahoma, where you do have a lot of tornadoes.
Right.
And, because that's air that comes up off the Colorado Rockies and down on you guys, and it creates some pretty interesting weather. Safe rooms, if you can have them. People have stopped making storm shelters and bomb shelters, and you got to think about that too. If and I don't want to cast somebody into making a bunch of work for something that may or may not happen. And but if you do have the inclination, I recommend it. I wish I had better surroundings than where I live, but then I would of course like to solve those problems. I believe that we should start building more like hobbit houses, where we start living in the ground a little bit, which also takes account into base temperature, which makes your home easier to heat as well, as long as you're waterproof. And I believe in good sanitary construction methods where you're not using a bunch of stuff that isn't going to treat the environment well. So, we might have to change how we live, and we definitely have to change how we think right now, because the weather, this is not, and I've said this 1,000 times, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. This is a new ball game, and we're already there. And I've seen it. I've seen effects of it. I've had damage to my house a couple of times. Strong storms. We had that fire that went through this summer, and I had to, fight against it because it was this flash thing, and it was wind driven. And so a lot of things are not like they're supposed to be, and people do need to wake up and realize that this is all connected.
Right. Even some of the clouds that I see that to most people seem so insignificant, really, there's something that is highly repetitive and very significant. I notice that all the time. I mean, people just don't understand, I guess. But hopefully more people, are catching on. I know it is catching on because I see the numbers growing on the different platforms I'm on. I say this every show about how much it's growing, but it really is. Things really are, happening.
Our weather is so drastically worse and weirder than it ever was. And if you don't know something's going on, wow, you need to spend a little bit of time outside looking and watching some of what's going on, and go out and look at the dark stuff, not the sun or whatever. And go ahead. I know you want to talk, Jesus.
Kind of lost my train of thought there.
Oh, well, you look like you wanted to talk.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. We need one of those drummers back, look at the layers there, Look how oddly gray dim everything is, even though it's directly in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Just weird.
There's no clouds, no nothing. You can't even blame it on clouds or nothing. That is crazy.
It actually hurts to look at.
So what is causing that? Like, is it because of Nibiru and the suns? And
I think part of it is the pinch.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like a tunneling, because there's no overall light. It's focal, and the area left and right and above are blocked. Because if you look at the trees and you look at the shining of the side of the house and the building, they're not bright. There's no definition. It's all hazy. And I've been seeing this for weeks. It's just everything's hazy, and yet here is a focaling through the center. And that one drawing that and look at the refraction on the water.
I would have loved to have seen that.
See that straight line, and it's blue on either side. There's no openness to the light. There's a large planet on either side of the sun and probably one above it, and we see the dark blue.
That is a weird effect. I've never.
Yeah, that's a new one. I think we're gonna have to definitely get screen captures of this because now in 2018 and 19, the sun was doing this really cool like crowned halo all the way around it. It wasn't just above it, but it was like a crown, and it had this light refraction. And we never saw the like of that before either. So I would recommend that this focaling and the centrifuge and the color banding and everything is an important illumination that we should keep track of.
Let's see.
Our weather has changed.
Yeah,
Here in South Africa, we're having hurricanes, which are very unusual. Yes, the water and our weather are. Actually, I need to look at your weather more often. We just had an extremely high tides. Yes, the high tides are also associated with why I was talking about how the moon was in a weird place the other night. Coastal flooding. Yes, there's also a larger melt off from the Antarctica than expected, so it's creating different effects that are probably going underreported. Many areas now and have ski resorts popping up. Snow is very unusual for South Africa. The southern pole normal jet stream has expanded in size over the last 5 years to now envelop farther north the entire pole of Earth. And that weather is also going to change and affect Australia and New Zealand and Tasmania and all of that, because now it's in a larger banded jet stream rotational cold effect that didn't used to exist that far north in all directions. And I've been watching the Antarctic weather change drastically over the last 10, 13 years because I've watched it for a long time.
Even auroras are popping up where they're never.
Right, yeah, and we have the electrical effect that the second star has increased the aurora on the north and south pole of all the planets. All the normal
But
planets are illuminated.
that also has, I mean, I would imagine that has a lot to do with our axis tip as well, right, Sam?
Right. And that's why we rolled over when the second star got here and all the other planets. Okay, if you think about Saturn, remember what how the rings of Saturn used to look? Oh, about a decade ago, they were pretty much dinner plate flat, right? And now it's tipped way over, and we're seeing the rings of Saturn are at this really weird axis, and it's in the eastern sky currently. I think it's in the eastern sky. We've seen it recently or near the moon, in the normal planets. And it's a tipped. When the second star got here, all the planets tipped, all the axes is tipped, and they all illuminated, and like we've got pictures of green aurora crown over the top of Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune, and
there was pull activity in a lot of these planets that haven't had any activity for God knows when.
Well, that too is like the ion illumination of a 4-foot office tube lighting. When you have electricity on one end, electricity on the other, and there's that gas-filled tube. When you have that polarity, the acceleration of the field, that ion field, is what illuminates. And so our poles are illuminating in aurora that are actually accelerated ions that are bouncing off each other and actually putting off light in space gases.
Trying to get that to stay. That's a picture Jesus sent me that he wanted us to see, and it keeps not staying. I put it in this video, and I thought I could pause it, and it would just stay, and it should.
It looks like the bubbly atmosphere of like Atu's moon being illuminated or something, or the tan asteroid going over up close.
No, this was that close pass I was telling you about, Sam. I was telling you guys about Atu's moon right above me, close enough.
Oh, okay, yeah, bubbly massive Atu's moon.
I took a still shot and kind of brightened it up a little, and this is what I came up with.
Yeah, I have In 1819, we had a whole bunch of really, really close passes, and I have a few pictures hiding in the older
Yeah,
files here and there
in
that were
2018. Yeah, that's right.
we saw those illuminated mantis clouds like we've never ever seen in our entire lives. You know, the size of Texas, and yeah, that's exactly. And yet, this is at night, which is exactly what it would be. Oh, and you know that's what really sold me down the street was watching Atu and Atu's moon do that first major series of close passes and everything. It's just like, oh my God, you know. I mean, and after that, I don't think I ever really looked back. I don't think I ever had a level of doubt that we were accurate to that
That
level.
right, that right there is what I could only describe as a second moon. I don't know. This okay. The light in front of this one is our supposedly our moon. You know, this is
Well,
what
there's
I
something
thought
definitely
was
very large behind it.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. So the light in front of it is our moon.
I would
And
now you know, I'm tempted by the color. So do I go there? When was it taken?
this was around 2019 as well.
Mm.
This is
Mm.
this was a
Mm.
very strange
That
week
could
with
be
the moon.
that could be lead asteroid that large behind our moon.
Wow, really?
Oh, you know,
Lord. I mean, it's stripy.
yeah. Look at the little bottom thing on the right at the horizon.
Yeah.
A little
Hmm.
blip, which
Good
is
Lord,
kind of what
really.
lead asteroid does have those little weird, you know, and then the two stripes on the upper northern hemisphere.
Well, there was a lot of
There is the dent shadowing of the orange just to the right. Yeah, that could be very easily lead asteroid, but I have no concept of how big lead asteroid
well,
is.
there was a lot of asteroid activity by the moon this around this time that I took this picture.
Oh yeah, well we're watching it again. Where the other day I saw the moon and it had this really intensely blue
I
something
saw,
behind it.
I saw that. I
It was
saw that, and
really blue. I'd never ever
yes,
seen anything that deep blue, and it was
it
entirely
left it
possible it was a
left a
blue
trail.
asteroid.
There was a trail, and I remember I came inside, grabbed my phone. By the time I went outside, it was gone. It was
Wow.
just it was so quick. It was so fast.
Yeah, there's a lot, and you know we are going to see more nighttime illuminations. We saw more pictures of purple nighttime blob again. Somebody's from I think Norway sent that um, in the northern hemisphere countries in Europe, and so we're going to see a lot more of this, and it's going to be probably entirely confusing. But watch what I can't wait to see what happens as we try to draw that on paper. Um,
Mhm.
Nighttime sightings are, I mean, because that's where we're going to go. Because we should be seeing more of that at night now. We should be seeing more different. Oh, and God, I actually did. Duh. Come to think of it, I did see Yuri and Atu in a nighttime sighting 2 days ago. I looked outside at night, and lo and behold, there sits way in the north by northeast sky
I've
the
been seeing a
stripes of
lot of
Uri and a larger Atu and Atu's moon in front of it, but they were smaller, but yet in the nighttime sky. And I had totally forgotten about that until this very moment.
yeah. I've been seeing a lot of night stuff going on.
So and they are going to illuminate because they are passing us, and then they're coming in and going in front of us, and then over us, and they're in their odd oval versus Earth's path, which I haven't fully worked out why we're doing this daily the way we are. It just boggles the mind to try to do cross orbitation between both of them. And I've never tried. I've never tried to go that far because it's just a brain twister, and I would spend far more time outside trying to prove it. And we used to do all of that with the magnetic. Remember years ago when we used to all watch our compasses and freak out and log every day that, oh, the compass moved this much today, and we couldn't figure out why, and why is the compass doing this, and oh my God, there's 2 full degrees today, and then the next day it was back to normal again.
And
And
some
I got to the point I had a notebook sitting next to my compass in my room where I logged like a year and a half worth of notes, and finally just quit doing it because we're all trying to figure out what's going on. and that's when all the noises in the sky started. And I started focusing on that. Moreover,
Jesus is getting a lot of compliments
Yeah,
on his
I was
pictures.
gonna say
You see
thank you
that,
guys.
Nancy and Carol Ann both?
It was a really cool. It was a really cool week. To see all that. You know, uncommon to see something quite that obvious, but it was a really cool. I'm lucky I had the right camera that night to
Right. How
capture
many
this.
cameras do you have? How many?
I lost a lot of it after I left New Mexico, but at that
Yeah.
point I had a tripod, I had a pretty fancy camera, and a bunch of lenses.
Sweet.
But yeah, that one I set up on a tripod and I put it on night mode, so I ended up with that shot. But I would have never been able to get that with any of the
Right.
equipment I have now.
I see Happy Soul Sailor is 777 says, "Wonder if animals, the birds have back in what 2012, 2013, and 14. The birds started singing at 3 o'clock in the morning and at
I
midnight.
remember that.
There was many worldwide occurrences of it, and this, of course, was on the first close passes of a Saturn, when a Saturn was starting from a smaller pool ball size thing in the sky. Then it became basketball size, and then beach ball sizes if you were holding it in your hand, looking at it as at arm's length. And then it got bigger and bigger, and then each time these phases came in, the birds were chirping in the middle of the night. So we're pretty sure. And then when the planets go over, the dogs start barking. Um, there's been reports all around the world for the longest time where animals circling, walking in circles, and fish swimming in circles, and birds flying in circles and doing all this weird shit. So, and now we can't say that it's never been like that, but I don't ever recall it. So yeah, I think the animals do see a lot of, or know a lot about this.
My
Astrological.
mom always had chickens and roosters in her home. And I remember right around the time I started noticing things, they started singing a little, I would say at least an hour or two earlier than they used to. You know, this was driving me nuts for the longest time because they used to sit on my window and just sit there and sing. Their cockle doodle doo thing they do in the morning, which is.
What
But they
time was
started doing
this?
this. They used to do it out right around sunrise,
Yeah.
right 30 minutes before sunrise, and then they started doing it at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
Which is
right.
great
And that
to
was
see.
that was the secondary time when they started doing it at 3. They first originally started doing it around midnight, and then it went away. I mean, they were doing it for like a year and a half. It was weird, and then it went away for a while. And then the second grouping of that was at 3 a.m. And it even happened here because I mean, I heard them and watched it, and there was just a question about astrology,
Yeah, I
zodiacal
was wondering
placement.
about that too. Hey, and I'm
I
going to
read
step
about that.
aside
Matter of
for
fact,
a moment.
I watched some stuff on that today.
Yeah, me
Snap
too.
was my neck as I tipped my head up.
I'll be right back.
We are in coming close to the winter orbit, and we should have done. And I've noticed that the star location looks a little odd to my memory as well. And I'm thinking we're tipped a little bit. So location, I actually have not looked recently where the Big Dipper is, but I did see this summer where it drastically shifted at one point and then went back to normal again, for normal is for within the last decade. And because our view of the Big Dipper has drastically changed since we are heading in a different area through the galactic plane to the northern hemisphere of the galactic plane, which is what the 2012 Mayan calendar was signifying. So we are changing star placement. And for any of you who have been watching the Milky Way since the 2000s or the 90s, will have noticed that the tip axis of the Milky Way has changed. And it is now at a different angle than it ever used to be. So we're in the Orionid meteor storm area. We're looking to the northeast at Orion and all of this other stuff, and or Yeah, I always mix that. Orion. As a matter of fact, I don't know exactly where Orion is right now. I have to actually rethink that because it just caught myself. I haven't looked recently, so I can't for sure tell you. So Perseus and Andromeda and all these other star locations have changed. That it's not the same, and even where Venus is, and the summer winter cycles of what we normally see where the star location is to the south, the southwest, and southeast, or the far east, which Venus usually rises in the east in spring, etc. I've noticed a lot of that has been different than anything I could actually spend a lot of time documenting, but it's just different, and it's different from what I remember.
Yeah, I agree. I
So
agree.
I know we've tipped, and I know geographically our facial exterior where we used to be, our axis tip is different. And this is, represented by the moving and the hopping and the dipping of our moon, because our moon doesn't change locations because it's tidal locked. We always see the same face of it, and therefore it's supposed to be always the same area. When all of a sudden it's up in the north sky, and then all of a sudden a day later it's in the south by southeast coming up, then something's weird. So, and that I think would be even a more tip over when we get a close pass from one of the larger planets. So it's a hard call. We know there's, we all know there's something really screwy going on, and we try to connect the dots on that. And I try not to make supposition, but or I should say summation rather than supposition. There's a lot of supposition before I make a summation. I can't call it. I'm going to call it an anomaly, and I can't call it a fact yet. But that, there we are.
Things are absolutely different. I think we all can agree on that. Star positions, constellations, our moon. Yeah, constantly. And again, I'll point out the moon shadowing is always,
Yeah, that's
is always does not make sense. It's very rare. Now, also, we have two or three full moons in a row, which we've never had before.
full moon used to be one night only, and it was quick fleeting. If you didn't watch it, you didn't get to watch it for 3 days. And we've been doing that for about 8 years now. And then, of course, there's the object that is behind the moon, which is why it's these super moons. And the object behind it is yellow, and our moon is white. And if you're at higher altitude, you can see it. If you're at low altitude, it's sort of masked in through the crap in the air because everybody's got more moisture, more particulate. But up here, I see two objects. And a week or so ago, I saw two crescents. And that's what a part of what also shocked me, how far to the north it was the next couple of nights later, which is why, because I remember looking at it at due south, and there's the moon with the two crescents. And then 2 weeks later, there it is. What? In the north? Wow. Weird. It's supposed to run from east to west.
Yeah.
And that's how it's always run ever since I ever remembered. It rises in the east and sets in the west. And it's doing some weird little dancing up there.
It's been a very constant thing without change for the longest time.
Yeah, and our moon has always been our moon, and now all of a sudden it's not behaving like it's supposed to.
It's been very predictable.
Yeah, since the dawn of any recorded history, yes. And now
I'm surprised that even farmers haven't really seemed to catch on to that, because
what would you do if you went to your local burger joint where you hang out on Sunday, or Saturday, and then go to church on Sunday? If you started talking about something like that
that's right,
to your neighbors,
that's right.
They might chalk you up as being a little off your acreage.
Yeah,
You
gotta hate that about society, man. We really are like robots. We just do whatever the next person's doing, and
I watch almost every other couple of months. I've seen that the second object, that big yellow thing behind our white moon, and then we had those 3-day long full moons, And every time, other month, oh, super moon this, super moon that, and they'd come up with this. Now they're calling it the dipping moon, and I'd never heard that in my entire life. And I'm just sitting here
the
going,
white moon that I guess
yeah,
dipped into our ocean or something.
yeah, like getting ready for an Oreo cookie. Here comes the milk.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
again, like I said before, Sam, they put a name to it, and that kind of seems to calm everybody down. Yeah.
Yep, and then we accept it and we move on, and then wonder what the Kardashians are doing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I watched a new commercial that what's her name, Kardashian put out the other day. I can't remember what she was selling, but anyway,
It's always something with them.
I did notice what she was wearing, but I don't know what the hell she was selling. Lost.
They're still going strong, so
Yeah,
kind of lets you know about the world's priorities.
Well, I hope they help fund us. That would be very kind of them.
Yeah.
Okay, we mentioned them, so therefore their name's going to come up in some AI log now. I'm finding out from other people around that we're pretty popular in AI currently.
Yeah.
So they're not blocking us.
And maybe AI will get this going a little more. Hopefully it'll work in our favor.
Yes, and we don't want to irritate our newfound friend. Yeah, wow. That has political and geopolitical ramifications right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but there's no such thing as bad press these days. So
Well, they did unplug the NASA AI from the supercomputer. They plugged them two together, and then they had this big occurrence that apparently even President Biden is now becoming involved in, and I don't think we got the whole story on that.
Do we
Not
ever?
when it start referencing into the White House, it's like, hello, what really happened? What really went on?
Mm-hmm.
Now we lost Rebecca's picture, or has she been off?
What's happening is it's going.
There.
She's back. She's probably recirculating.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah, you're good.
Lost my background, but I can fix that. That was where I started today.
Yeah, I wonder what, knock on wood before I even say this. I wonder what's coming next.
Oh. That's a whole other discussion there, man.
Wow. I mean, because Saturn's yellow moon is so hugely close. And, where's it going to go? And what's it going to do? And now that we if that's off the ISS camera, what's going to happen in the next couple of spins,
right,
in the next couple of months? And there's some gossip. Some people have been asking me about supposedly some issues in January, and I'm not going to further the rumor too much, but there's supposedly some coming commotion in January and then in May. So, and they talk about these rumors to me, and well, what do you think? And I go, I don't know, because I haven't heard enough about it. But when when the questions start piling up, then I kind of wonder. But yeah, I'm wondering what's going to happen here now that we're underneath them, whereas before they were doing side close hello passes, and now we're really under them.
Yeah, there was that video I sent you, Rebecca, of that time lapse. It was okay. So we discussed a time lapse last week, and then I sent you a video of it on a regular camera of how it was just right above us.
I'm pretty sure I have that. Let me look and see. I know I do have it because I was looking at it earlier.
That's from this cycle. This
is it the one showing it like the rotating? Was it rotating?
No. We show the time lapse of it. You can just see the crescent, kind of the crescent side, and then it's kind of blocked by the mountain. But this one was a regular.
Yeah. Okay.
This one was. It wasn't. This is just a regular, not wide angle version of it. It's not a time lapse. It's just a regular video.
Right. I know I have it.
It's passing just right above, and I just wanted to talk about that because that's what's going on right now. and we're gonna see a lot more illuminations. That's
Not
the reason
that.
why.
It was in this video, I'm sure. Let me see. If not, I'll get it. That's strange because, yeah, give me a moment.
Okay.
Talk for a second. I'm going to check it.
Yeah. So it's what's interesting is they're going up above us, so they're being illuminated because they're on the basically the opposite side of the sun now. You know, they're going past Earth, and they're being more illuminated, and it's really interesting to see that. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of that, and I think it's a good time to be paying attention to that, guys, because we're going to see more.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be, unbelievable sight that we'll never get a second chance to
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
I mean,
Things are
every
going to
sighting, every event is an absolute once in a lifetime experience. And if you don't spend the time, you're just missing the greatest show that ever was.
see, up
And it
until
really
now,
is.
we've been seeing mostly their dark sides, but now we're gonna, since they're passing Earth, we're gonna be able to see more of their illuminated sides. So they're gonna be a little easier to see. So for anybody out there that's listening, pay attention to that now, guys. It's gonna get interesting.
The really cool thing back in 2012, 13, 14, 15, if you'd sit up here if I'd go to Missoula and I'd look south, you could see down literally this alleyway of light and you could see all the planets working their way in, and you could see if you knew what you were looking at, there they were. And then they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And the problem with it, what we're looking at now is they're so over the top of us, they're literally filling the skies, and it's really sometimes hard to figure out which is which because the bluing, when they get close, they get more blue. And that's because our outview through our atmosphere, which refracts the color light of blue because it's water that we're looking through, and that's the prism effect for why we're a blue planet. And so, but they're there, and if you look at the dark areas first and not the light, then you'll see it. And Christ, they're so huge now; it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, Saturn's yellow moon has been shockingly huge.
Yeah, and the flame-like microclouds are around it with a faceplate, and there are times that we see bright illumination. Yeah, right there.
There it is. Look at that.
And then that blue above.
You see the dark. You can literally see the edge of the planet there, basically.
Yeah, the dark.
But you see how dark blue it gets.
And there,
and how perfectly round that is. Look at that.
Yeah, and you're looking at a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn. And, again, the green asteroid is over to the right.
Mm.
See that little blob over by the bush on the right-hand side?
Oh, I see.
There's the green asteroid, always there.
It's there, always with Ice Atom.
Well, lately, in the last few weeks, or a month or two. Anyway.
You can really see, it almost looks like, could it be the lead asteroid in front of the moon, Ice Atom's moon, in front of Ice Atom? Because it's kind of a dark
right there.
spot.
Yeah, and depending on, this looks like it was where did you take this?
Yeah, I took this. Yeah, we're watching the time lapse.
I was going to say that looks like Utah rocks.
We discussed this.
Yeah, definitely. It could be. It could be lead asteroid crossing over, because we know that currently
that dark
lead asteroid
area
has been crossing in front of his Saturn, and they're on a different plane coming from the other side, but low on our horizon in our close area, and that's an extension all the way off the bottom of Urian at 2, believe it or not. Which is why I don't understand how the two of them are mixing in that centrifuge. It doesn't make sense, but that's what, 2 different orbit bases.
See, and that's where you were talking
two
about
different
how
arms.
it's really, really dark blue. See, look at the difference in blues there, guys.
Yeah.
Starting with the pole.
You're looking straight.
Look at the pole. Look at the pole. That's basically the edge of the planet. Look at the dark,
Right.
dark blue and how round it is and
Yep.
how it's bulging out compared to the sky
Yep.
over there by the telephone wire or whatever you want to call it. Jeez,
You're looking
that's
straight
insane,
up
right?
and then you're panning back down.
Yeah, yeah.
So if we got this happening, to the right of our sun, this is kind of a cross. What do you think's happening, like right here to the right, upper right? It's like the opposite side. I guess it'd be Attu's
Yeah, Atu and the
moon.
asteroids underneath passing.
Yeah.
They orbit underneath, and they're always right under there, and then and then in the groups, and you're looking at them. The big three have been sighted close to the sun again on the left hand side, right beside the sun. And they've also been. I saw a couple of shots today where there was definite asteroid crossing in front of the sun, and I automatically thought, okay, it's a big three because we know that they're right there on the side of Uri and all of that. Higher up away from Tan asteroid or the Salamander asteroid group, depending on where you point of view.
We can see what else
You see, this is a perfect example of what we're going to start seeing more often, guys. Typically, we would see, so the sun is to the left of this shot. Typically, we would see this more in front of the sun, but now it's
Yeah, and I wonder what, as this gets bigger and closer, what the effects of the base cloud, because we saw, I think, some new base cloud pattern. Remember that drop snorkel foot thing with the multi-vortex centrifuge that we've never seen.
And
I wonder if that's a close pass of Saturn's yellow moon dropping fingers, or like octopus bottom, or I mean, it was awesome. And we've never ever seen that pattern before, ever before.
It's the
I
first
saw those
official close pass. So
and that's going to be. I'm wondering the effects of what is Saturn's yellow moon close pass.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think what we're seeing is Saturn's yellow moon's base cloud on the close pass, which we've never seen before.
We've never seen that before, no. And it was just like, whoa, look at that! My God, oh, holy crap!
I'm really waiting for another similar sighting so we can actually call it. Maybe see a few more and actually call it the base cloud.
Oh, and it's even going to be bigger, and those damn flame-like clouds. It's so turbulent. And I remember 2016 and 17 when it did its, little dance forward to one side and then started lifting up, and then it did a few close passes in 2017, and then it went up and way back, and along with Nibiru heading backwards, backstepping, and then went over the top of the sun, and all of that changed. But we saw the tumultuant electrical disturbance behavior at first when it was much smaller. So I'm wondering what it's going to do now that it's really, really big. So wow. I mean, I'm thrilled to see it, but
this is a good learning time.
I'm thrilled as hell to see it, but I'm also frightened as hell to see it because theatrical music, definitely.
I'm gonna have to start my videos before I send them to you.
Stop. Sorry. What'd I do?
Extreme close up.
Okay. Come back the way we're there. Question
you have to blame the men in the director's booth.
I know. Okay,
come on, guys, put your cameras together, directors. That's those guys. They're overpaid.
Well, there's like 10 different options. I can have different shapes, different spots. I can't imagine having 10 people on here, though. We can have up to 10 at one time. So who knows? We might try it. Something and be a party for a few minutes at least. That'd be fun. So Facebook user, they said they have a question for Sam. I watched a podcast where they were discussing the Anunnaki and Nibiru. The man being interviewed discussed the ancient mining of gold in South Africa by the Anunnaki. He said that they used our gold up in the atmosphere of their planet, and the gold possibly masked their planet sort of made it invisible. I will try and send the video to Rebecca. The podcast was interesting. So, what do you think about the gold and their atmosphere?
Well, we know that it's uh, hmm, we know that they use the gold for running some of the technology of their atmosphere, yes, but it's not to make it invisible that I know of. We have actually seen Nibiru by eye for many years, and we even have land masses and space pictures and all sorts of stuff over many years. And people don't realize that, and that we've been collecting them for over a decade. And yes, it is used by them in the technology, and it wasn't just South Africa; it was worldwide. It's always been worldwide, and that's why you have these large 100-foot long giant stones that none of us could have ever moved if there was 1,000 of us pulling on a rope over rollers or anything like this. And yet all of these massive stones and things were moved into places that we couldn't have possibly done it with technology that we don't have still. So these are sites that have been used time after time after time in millennium, and that's why they're there. They're easy markers. They come down. They use that as a base establishment, collect up the commodities, and go about their business as usual. And this happens time after time, cycle after cycle.
That's crazy. I mean, so you said they use it in their diets too, the gold?
Well, they it prolongs life,
Yeah.
monatomic gold, and that's why if you go to the Dead Sea, it is the highest level of monatomic gold is in some of that mud in the Dead Sea because it's below sea level,
Yeah.
and that does prolong life, and it actually heals cells, and they have technology that is, I'm sure, used in that, and that's part of what they do.
How long do they live?
From what I understand, most of the races live up. I don't know how long the Nibiruans and Saroans live, but
Yeah.
they're thousands of years, if not way longer. There's stories in governorships of the Anunnaki where some of them, I believe, live for 80,000 years. So I mean, but then how do you base a year upon what calendar? Blah blah blah. I mean, and then I'm reading it
Yeah.
from this information source, and are they credible? So I try to blend all of that and say, well, I've read a lot that says this and a lot that says that, but I believe they live for a few thousand years, and that would be many generations to us and a short time to them.
I was just thinking about where in the Bible they say a day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a day.
Well, that's
So,
a metaphor,
well, I just wondered how accurate that was. I mean,
Well, but there is some truth to that, right, Sam? Isn't there? I mean, I don't want to. How? Okay, so in that movie Interstellar, and again,
I've thought
I
about
know
that. If you
I
leave the
know they're
star,
basing the science off of current science. So, how accurate is that,
I've
Sam?
often wondered about if you leave the solar system, if time changes.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you have the
that's kind of where
ability,
I was getting at. So,
right? If you leave the solar system and you go out to the outer reaches of the solar system and you come back in, then how much time has elapsed? Because of that, I've often thought and pondered that, and that, of course, is a sci-fi theory. Um, wow, I don't really fully have the answer to that, but I know that the Pleiadians have the ability to step aside time and come and go as they please in a certain, like I always described it, like selecting an album or a 45 out of the jukebox. They want to go here, they go, and they step outside of it, and then they go to that selection, and there they are. So I don't know how it all works. It's mind-boggling to even try to imagine, but I know it's so much larger than that even, and there's so much more going on. And because we're just talking about a little small section of our galaxy in our universe. And I was listening to a scientist or a supposable scientist talk about a condition that was local, and she said, "Oh, and this is the only thing, and it's this that way through our galaxy." And I went, "Whoa, that's a hell of a boasting statement." Because people have a tendency to think that it's only a local solar system here in the middle of nothing, and We're a solar system in a galaxy in a universe among billions of universes that is ever expanding.
Wow.
And yeah, and beyond sight and time. And not all the universes are the same age.
That's
And people don't take that into account either. So
it's
we're
just way,
talking
way
vastnesses
bigger
of
than you
time
can
that we
think.
can't even perceive,
Yeah. Well, I
going back
remember you. Yeah,
billions of years,
that's what you were saying. There's billions of alien races, and I think about that
Yeah.
often.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
in our galaxy, we are one solar system among millions of solar systems in our galaxy, which is rotating like a big gas giant with rings. And it's got the central core and the black hole at the center and all of that. And this is Star Wars rotating galaxy. And they've got millions of solar systems in there.
Jesus.
And that are full of races all over the place. And that's just our galaxy. We're not even talking about our universe next to other universes full of galaxies and quasars and black holes and
It just, I mean, it's just so perfectly put together, it seems. It's like very orchestrated.
and they're ever expanding and they wonder why. And it's just heat and cold exchange because, galaxies birth new galaxies or solar systems birth new galaxies birth new solar systems. And the gases are forming together and there's electrical discharging and eruptions and compounding and bouncing of stuff that smashes into each other, which causes this to happen, which causes that to happen, which, and boom, there you have a solar system and a star is born. And then after, a million years, all of that shit that just blew up stabilizes and becomes something more. And that's how it all works. And it's just so
Right.
vaster than 8 guys flying around in a flat saucer disc tin can waving at you as they go by Earth, And that's unfortunately the science level of a lot of people that don't ponder it much.
Well, I mean, they really do keep us thinking small, though. That's a big part of life here on Earth. Is they just want us thinking Earth
Oh,
stuff.
oh man, Speaker of the House. Wow. I'm going to cover him briefly. He is a fellow member in the belief in the Ark, the one they have in his area it's like in Kentucky or Louisiana or something. And they believe that the human race is 6,000 years old. And did you know that they brought the dinosaurs over on the Ark too? I am not kidding you. And all you have to do is look that shit up, and you're going to have the biggest laugh you've ever had in your entire life. And I'm not trying to harp on anyone who believes in that sort of stuff, but that's pretty damn spooky. And this is who we've got running our country. Part of our the Speaker of the House, I
That's
should say,
gonna
part of
ruffle
our.
some feathers there.
Oh well, yeah, he's an election denier as well as everything else. And so I mean, I don't want to discuss the political thing, but I wanted to point out that there's a certain faction of people that have a certain science level, and when it intermixes with their understanding of God and what they were taught in certain regions, in certain countries, in certain areas of certain other religions, and there are many, that have a tendency to block their view. And now, if you believe in the Anunnaki, well, then you have your answer. And the Anunnaki, of course, is the other race that is on the other side of our binary solar system. And we know that factually. And we know that Nibiru in Sumerian means planet of crossing. And believe it or not, it is crossing, and they're here. And it's just that, yeah. So you can't argue with it. It's all there. We've proven it. It's here. And that all that shit matches. So,
Get on board,
It just,
people.
Yeah, it's like either you get on board with it or you're gonna miss it. And
It's what's cool about it is like not only is it here, but I mean we're sitting here talking to you, Sam, and you know you founded this in our lifetime. I mean you discovered it and disclosed it, and not only did that, but then you can see it and make drawings about it. It's just a miracle that we're just sitting here, we found each other and we're talking about it right now, how it's all played out, really,
well,
because it's
watching
just
it
such a
happen.
big story. I can't believe it's not more known yet. I mean, I know it's growing, but it's such a big event. I can't believe more people don't understand it's
Well,
happening.
we watched it happen, and so and then once the purple planet got here, it was like, oh my God, I mean, this is absolutely real. And you can have, God, I literally, we started getting pictures coming in, and they just kept happening, and it kept happening, and it got bigger and bigger, and it's like, oh my God, those are real. And then everybody started giving me those are lens flares, but they weren't. There weren't any lens flares. And then the
Yeah.
shit kept matching and kept matching. And then so and so in the country over here sent this in. And then Sharon Harbick over there sent that in. And she's an old member that's still we're out there working. Hi, Sharon. We haven't seen much of your material recently. um, and so we did all these comparisons over the years, and it's just turned into this information where we've continued to share it because it's been time proven. And that's the whole idea behind it and how things are going to change, because we're reaching at a level of science that is not generally accepted, but yet it is maybe hopefully currently socially accepted, citizen science, because we're tired of listening to what we're being fed by government agencies that clearly are not even remotely seeing any of the events that all the other, even blatantly unconnected citizen scientists out there are getting captures of. We're not getting any information from NASA on some of the anomalies that, for example, Mr. BB333 and all those other people who don't, put to connect the puzzle pieces, but do report stuff well. We'll give them credit for that. Um, we know stuff is going on, and so the correlation has been proven and proven and proven, and we are walking on a platform that we documented in order to have this stage of opinion. We earned all of this. We know this because it's all been time proven over match after years. But both of you have gone through many years of doing this and doing very well and doing great work, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
It's
uh,
really worked well. You know, the citizen science thing. It's what made this Montana Skywatch is what it is, and now Nibiru follows anonymous. It's and you say this
yeah,
often,
where did all the
Sam.
observatories
How a
go?
lot of how a lot of people don't have they only see one small piece of the puzzle as we see a whole broader view. We get pictures from all over the place. We compare them, and that gives you a big overview of what's going on. And I think that's what makes the difference between these groups and a lot of other people who are just seeing one anomaly, instead of comparing it to everything else. And I think that's really has worked, and it's been a brilliant part of all this of this whole sky watching movement and community here. It's been great to see
Yeah,
that.
you have to take time to see the patterns. One picture, five pictures isn't going to do it for anyone. And then, I have old things that says I can't put up one picture to prove anything to you on Facebook. Um, and we've all learned the patterns, and we've seen the pattern over and over again, and we watched them come in, we watched them get bigger, and we watched them get bigger, and that's why we know the patterns. Because I mean, you stare at it, I stare at it now, boom, we automatically go, there it is, and it's instant. You learn, and this is why over the course of over the drawings and stuff like this, we just keep putting up similar monthly drawings because and other people who aren't paying attention to the nuances and the differences don't say, oh, you put up the same thing over and over again. No, there's changes. and we've all learned these changes, and we still learn them. I learn, and Rebecca learns, and you learn, and it's constantly changing, and so it's like the coolest show ever. I point this out to my kids, and they go, "Oh yeah, right, Dad," and then they go back to what we were doing. And I go, "Oh, look out the window right here. There's the planet Uri right there. You can, oh, look, the base clouds." And they go, "Oh, okay, thanks, Dad." And then they walk away, because they're tired. They've grown up with this since they were 3 years old and 5 years
I
old.
was just gonna say, are they kind of fed up with all this, or
Yeah, well, they're all dads are corny and stupid dad jokes and all of that, and they appreciate what Montana Skywatcher does for them at Christmas time and all of that, but they're not necessarily interested in as long as they can, go back to playing on online with their friends, which is of course happening with teenagers, which is far too much time, in my opinion, that they spend too much time on the internet. But they do learn some new social skills that aren't afforded in today's society any other way.
Yeah.
Weird. I'm glad I didn't grow up this way, but
same?
and I try to promote them forward in the correct manner, but they don't want to listen to it anyway. Just as long as they got frozen pizza, they're cool. Bad joke. That's what they had for dinner.
It's typical. I know. I know. My youngest, like he's so into the internet, and you can't change that in him. I mean, it's just like ingrained, and I
Oh
feel
yeah.
like now I
Oh, and
wish
I
I
wonder why
had.
my feed is bad because one of them's talking through one of their friends on a phone that's,
Yeah,
it's got connection service but no actual phone call service. And so she's connected through this
video.
old broken phone and talking to people through that while playing Nintendo or not, excuse me, that shows you how old I am. Playing PlayStation on another, and then the other one's got the tablet running, and then also
That's
playing
cool.
PlayStation. And I'm wondering why my feed doesn't come through. Well, they got 4 devices running in there, you
Yeah.
know, and I
Yep.
can't even post a picture because I got to wait for 5 minutes for it to prove through. And it's like, wait a minute.
We have like 10 devices on here where I am, so at
Yeah,
least
I'm
10.
I'm paying a lot of money for really crappy service. I just I just am, and which is why there's just a blank picture of me, because I can't even get enough upload to run both of the camera and the microphone at the same time without getting booted off.
Speaking of which, my phone's about to die, guys, and
Okay.
my it's too hot. It won't charge. I had to
Yeah.
disconnect it because that's what kind of way it kicked me off a while ago. Because I had it connected to my charger and it just got too hot.
Mine did
So
that too. It's like when you're on video, it's just
yeah,
drains it faster than it can charge. Yes.
yeah, and
But
well, it was charging, but what it does is it just kind of overheats. So it kind of when it overheats,
yeah.
it just kind of kicked me off and
So you guys
froze
Right.
should
up.
either
So
be on laptops or computers by now.
I don't even
Yeah.
own a laptop.
We need to help Jesus get a laptop.
They're not that expensive at Walmart. You can really get a decent one for next to like 150 bucks, $200.
I'm
There's
gonna I'm
some
gonna
really
have
nice if you don't
I'm gonna
use it
have
for a
to.
lot of stuff.
I'm gonna
If you
have
Yeah.
use
I,
it
I
for
have to because I'm taking some online classes, so I need a laptop. I should
Yeah.
get on
they're
that.
a little different to work, and I've gone through every tablet I've owned, I've fried within a matter of weeks. They just don't work anymore. I got a really expensive, nice one from Deb. She sent me this very expensive Apple tablet. I killed it right away.
Oh,
I mean, it wouldn't even turn on for me literally after 2 days, and I just went and I didn't even dare talk about it because it's like I kill electronics, and that's the reason on my computers work is because I'm typing on plastic keys. I'm not actually touching the housing because I got weird shit that goes on with me in electronics, man. I
it's
don't know
gotta be
how
a
many
bummer.
phones.
Somebody who sees so well like you can't take captures. That's kind of a bummer.
Oh well, I went through 5 cameras, and every time I thought, they'd work for about a week, and then the damn things didn't work anymore. And I'd pull the darn microchip out to go stick it in the computer, and it would be blank. It's like, what? And that
Jeez.
happened time after time after time. And then I had the kids take it out and insert it, and then that worked. And it's like, okay, I'm touching the microchip and now killing it. What? I don't know what's going on, but I bought like 5 different phones, and not phones, but cameras, those old generation hand cameras with the microchip, and I killed them. They just died within the first month, one after another after another. And it's like, okay, I'm done. But I would love to drill a hole in the wall and then run a camcorder out the window even and point it. And I've thought about that, but my upload sucks. So,
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, I could feed it into me, but I couldn't post it. I can post pictures if I can get them. And so live feed, my upload speed just sucks. It's really it's snail small. It's like 0.86 or something megabytes per whatever, and it's
Hopefully they'll
really
get
really low.
up to date in your area because
Yeah, there's just one company in the area, and they've split into 2 companies, but they're just
yeah.
charging you for this and selling you that. And it's spooky. And so I don't even dare change services, because it's like every time I get promised that it's going to be, I started, it was like $69 a month, and now it's 155.
Lord.
So, and it goes up and up and up and up, and I'm still getting
I
crap
know.
service.
Ours is pretty high too.
And then even the girls can't run their PlayStations and me, the computer, all at the same time without arguing with each other on the upload. So
You would think you're back in the 90s or something with it
yeah,
being so
well,
slow.
this is what you're going to expect if you live in Montana.
I guess.
Dial up broadband.
Man.
Yeah,
Well,
I think we're still running on the original fiber optic cables they put in the 90s. Who knows?
uh-huh.
I don't expect them, frankly, to upgrade anything, because corporations just they don't put anything back anymore. And then they sell off, and then they pull the investments out and then sell it to somebody else, and pull the investments out and sell it to somebody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully that changes for you so you could do more. And I
Well,
don't know.
I also think there might be a small amount of shadow banning going on. And
Yes.
why
I was
nothing
telling
works, like my
Jesus the other
Skype doesn't
day.
work, and this doesn't work, and that doesn't work. And
Totally, for
if
sure.
I had an office to go to and work from with a different IP that was not in my personal name, maybe something would be different. I don't know. Not
Right.
that I would like to hide anything, because I'm an honest person and I'm not hiding anything from anyone. But
No, but it's necessary because they
well,
are doing so much.
I imagine there's a possibility, and then it's like this rolls us all the way back to the beginning of what we were talking about, where 7 people watched Jesus's video, and I went, this thing's been out for 4 days, and I know I've watched it twice, or 3 times, and I've seen it all over here, and only 7 people have seen this. So
Yeah.
something, there's something going
Well,
on. I think we're, and there's even talk about that, where Facebook makes you think everybody's seeing your stuff, but you only see your stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I mean, I knew the other day when I saw Mark, his new show, and he was on for an hour. He has 65 subscribers on his channel. It's small. He's just getting started. And in an hour's time, he had 900 viewers for his 1 hour first episode. First time he or this other woman
did you
had
see
ever
that
been.
number, or did he tell you that number?
I saw it.
Okay, because
I was on
I got that video with his tarot card reader lady.
Yes.
On Newsfeed today.
Uh-huh.
It's 4 days old, but I got it today, and it only told me that there was a few hundred views. So
See, right, the number did drop,
yeah,
but at the time when it was live, like I
I
saw
can't
the
remember
tail
what
end
it
of
was,
it.
but it wasn't. I don't think it was anywhere around 300 or
He
300
was having
or so.
trouble keeping up with the comments because there were just so many. And I'm like, okay, so,
Cool.
Obviously certain
Topics.
topics get played and certain other topics don't.
Right. Well, and then he's also paying to be promoted slightly. I guess it's a small fee. Um,
I
but
hadn't
yeah,
heard
but I
that.
saw it, he said, "Oh,
Yeah.
cool, you saw it." And I said, "Yeah, but it was 4 days late, and this is like those people who send me the solar flare announcements, and by the time I get it, it's already happened, and
Right.
our news speed has definitely been stalled. It used to be automatic, and we'd see the news feed and everybody within your circle, and it would all cycle through, and you'd see all your friends, and you'd be all part of the Facebook equation. And now everything's days and weeks. And
Yeah.
I remember a couple of years ago, Facebook dumped a whole bunch of friend requests on me that had happened that they had apparently somehow kept from me, and I got like 3,000 friend requests in a week.
Good God.
Okay.
And yeah, and I
No,
got
thank
bombed by
you.
it. I got bombed by it, and it literally spent days trying to clear it, and
Yeah.
I don't know any of these people anyway, and
No.
so I don't add a lot of friends to my friend list. Every once in a while, I'll pop through and look for somebody who might be interesting to talk to, and I have friends I know I've never even spoken to. So, and
Right.
I go through their profile, and there's three things that I look for: religious, anything too religious, I'm out. Anything too political, I'm out. And if there's no pictures of family,
right,
there's no
right. If they don't
normal,
have any background
there's no
profile pictures, no
normal
people, no
life,
life. Yeah.
then I'm out.
Right. And yeah, and I had that same thing with Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2. I don't add members that have no background or a fake background or no picture
Yeah,
or any. And if they joined Facebook 3 weeks ago, no way.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
Especially
sorry.
those
I
new.
want a seasoned person. I don't. And I mean, I was careful, and I still get spam stuff. People, I popped 3 of them off today. And like if you're posting crazy stuff that has nothing to do with our skywatching topic, bye. I don't need to see somebody doing something in Indonesia. Alligators chasing some lady down the street or some guy riding a bicycle. Sorry. And then because that's completely not what we do. So they're gone. And and this is why Nancy was asking, who's adminning lately, because a couple of things do get by now because we don't have Lucinda to hall monitor like we used to. Because I mean, she used to make it her daily job to do that. She was on top of that like a hawk. I was amazed. I
Yeah.
have no idea how much time she spent even doing it. I never did
But,
ask.
but it was kind of funny to see her sometimes get on
Oh,
people because
she pissed a few people off.
she had a short fuse.
Yeah,
And
she did
and,
piss
Yeah.
and,
a few
and,
people off.
and after you do it, over and over again, I would imagine it gets to that point because even I've gotten to that point where I'm like, okay, just stop.
Yeah,
I never respond too aggressively, but sometimes I get annoyed. So I can
a lot of
imagine if
people
you're doing
have.
it over
Yeah,
and over again, it
get
must get to the
phases.
point
You
where you
you
kind
get
of
you
just
get irritated, you get annoyed, you say
yeah,
hi, you don't say hi. There's times I just look through everybody's material and I like it or ignore it. And then there's days I don't even talk. And then there's days I spend hours and hours and hours handing out comparative pictures for people and it's giving 3 examples to each person and spending time collecting their information. And then there's days that, I say 1 or 2 pictures instead of dozens or countless, handfuls. And so there's phases. I get sometimes it's good, someday, and there's days I get annoyed, and there's days I'm rude, short tempered. I mean, wow. When you say the same thing over and over 15,000 times in 10
yeah,
years,
it's gonna
sometimes you got that little button right there that you don't even know is there until somebody pushes it and boom.
yeah, yeah.
And that doesn't happen often with me, but in the past. And Lucinda did have a rather strict sister Anne with the ruler effect,
Yes,
smack,
mm.
bad
She's
student,
not she's not
no,
Yeah.
beating around the bush about it. Like
give me your hall
this,
pass,
yeah.
yeah, wow. And she
Which
didn't take any
which
guff from anyone.
I'm one of those people that kind of thrives on orders, so I'm fine. Even when I've been told, she took off one of mine, and I was like, well, she was I it
Yeah,
wasn't up to date. She took it off because
right,
it was not
Right.
a recent post,
And
and I was like, well,
even things that
that
some
is a
people
rule.
say.
That is a rule, so I'm not going to argue.
Yeah,
And
it's you can have a great picture, an awesome capture, and then you start talking about this, that, or the other thing, and doorways and gateways and pareidolia issues and faces in the sky, and you go off left field metaphysical on me that I don't even understand what the hell you said, because even though I read it 4 times, I still don't understand it. Then it's gone. I get rid of it. I mean, if it's away from site topic, if it's not what we know as regular normal, unless there are new things, but generically, if they're off in left field and they're coming in with their information they learned about, what's my favorite one, the firmament. Oh yes, the firmament. And then of course interdimensional planets, and Nibiru, the red planet. You start going there on me, and my patience is gone. Boom.
yeah,
Door,
yeah,
snap, trap, rat trap, close.
Oh
Done.
man,
No,
I
or
know.
who is that one actor, Steve? What's his name? Where he screams, no,
Yeah, Steve Carell.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You just there's every once in a while there's that button, and you just go, no, I can't believe it. Like another one of you, and you just wow.
I know. And well,
Especially as long as we've been doing this, all of us have been out doing our thing, and we were all on these multiple sites, and we're all handing it out to people, and we're wondering when everybody's going to get it.
right. And when you come across somebody like that, you just hope that they're open-minded enough to let go of that belief, most of those beliefs you just mentioned. Because some are willing to see it a different way, but it seems like a lot of them aren't. They've
Well,
already secured their thoughts.
I can
well,
see where it's very difficult.
and then some come along so far, but I notice this a lot. Some come along, and then their religious beliefs really keep them from moving forward, and it
Right.
frustrates me sometimes because I see a lot of potential sometimes in some of the pictures and some of the some of the learning that some people are having, and it's great. And then at one point I see this religious something, and I'm like, oh god, you need to get
Yeah,
past
2
that.
steps forward, 1 step back, and
Yeah,
you see that.
yeah.
And there's been a lot of people that have jumped back even into harder religion, and I think that's where we've gained some of our haters too, was where we've stepped on something that hurt their feelings, and they're not willing to admit it. And then I've had many a person said that Jesus told me it is my dire duty to thwart you in your efforts, Mr. Hoffman. It's like, whoa, Jesus told you that? Okay,
Mhm.
you know. And it's not been once. It's been many times that somebody is not the same person either. Many times people have told me that. It's like, I don't dare let you get away with this. You sinner slash grifter slash antichrist slash God only knows. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you the names I've been called. And yeah, wow. Okay. Uh-huh. Why? Thank you. You have a nice day too.
But you and I were religious at one time,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I
I
still
know
am.
how it is to be that way. I can
I
say
have a
that.
huge
I do know
collection
how
of
it is.
Bibles, and I collect religious art, and I have, quite a few. I've
Right.
even painted Jesus on the cross before with people around him at the footsteps. I have a painting that I painted, and I've always been. I went to a religious college preparatory high school, private school, and
Hmm.
so and I've studied. I come from a religious family, very religious. Anyway. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Me
and
too.
this was part of, we talked about what took me the 25 years of chewing on, because I found out that there were things that are different from what we understand as our world. And I'm not going to go into great detail because I don't want to hurt anybody else's feelings, but things are not as we perceive them.
That's a difficult pill to swallow.
And that hurts some people's feelings. And well, you can't tell me different. It's like, whoa. And I just try to tell people that God's a little higher up than the Anunnaki. And then a good deal of our base religion and our superstition also comes from other races, not just the Anunnaki. And that comes from the cube. And have you ever wondered why all the people in the Muslim countries or the Asian countries that circle around that big square for the Hajj?
Mhm.
I was thinking about that recently.
You ever cross-reference that big square thing flying up in the sky currently?
Mm-hmm.
And you ever wondered why that religion does not have depictions of their gods?
That's interesting. Yeah.
So, and I'm not casting dispersions one direction or other, but those were just a couple of hypothetical questions I figured I'd throw on the.
So why don't they have depictions? Like, what's the reason behind that?
Do I answer that or not?
Oh boy.
Well,
Because they can't reveal
I
it,
don't
or
think I can answer you because
okay,
I know the answer.
sure.
I don't think
Well,
I don't think I can do that here.
okay. Wow.
If we were having coffee across the table, I'd tell you in a heartbeat.
Right. Maybe one day. Yeah, I'll find out.
Well, I don't want to get in trouble either,
I don't want that
and I'm
either.
not
Not worth
talking
it.
about anybody on this planet. I don't want to get in
Yeah.
trouble with outing the wrong faction. Let's put it that way.
Huh. But so that faction that you can't talk about is who that cube represents that they're walking around.
The beings that are flying the cube.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a pretty good idea who it is, but I don't have absolute proof, and so I have an opinion, but anyway.
Wow. Cool. Wild, isn't it?
Well,
I'm
and then
intrigued.
I'll have 4 trolls go, "Oh, you never tell anybody anything. You think you know this," and it's like, "Oh God, here we go again." All you have to do is prove and debate one time. I remember all those years ago how many people used to call me out for all these debates. Oh,
Yes. Yeah.
you don't even dare have a debate. And I go, well, yeah, the moment you come up with a topic of any level of intelligence that we can actually discuss, I'd love to talk to you about it.
I don't see those conversations as much as I used to. Have you noticed that? I don't
Yeah.
see those people.
Well, it's the newbie waves, pardon the expression, the newbie waves have changed.
Yeah.
God, we're on like wave 30 or 40 by now of different groups of newbies that came in. And my favorite ones were the ones that were always screaming Sundog or, or Sun Simulator or et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
All those
Right.
different groups.
All of them.
Like dealing with a new generation of teenagers over and over again. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's what it felt like.
I see a lot of more younger types.
Yeah, and I don't cross-reference age on most people. I don't think that where our target market is the 70 or 60 or 50-year-old people, or the 20-year-olds or the 30-year-olds or the 40-year-olds in either right hand or left hand on the spectrum. I don't even think about that. The idea is if you have a science mind and you can perceive and understand what we're, and it's not like we're trying to hand you a bunch of other science other than what is going on literally above us right now every day, and the background information as to how to do this, and then let you come to your own conclusions, because wow,
I think the target target audience is just somebody who's willing to learn it, regardless of age, regardless of anything, because I think even religious people can kind of get with the program. I mean, there's a lot of religious friends I have.
religion
that
is
are
a point of view.
religious, but
If you can
still
realize that these icons, these descriptions are through lore of a level of truth from a certain point of view, from a first certain educated level of human versus the time. And if you can expand your imagination, to include that the angels or the demons or the gods or the demigods, and add the demigods in the middle. And that's a big point. And then, of course, there's lore that's been laid out in texts and translated generation after generation, and that's the Bible that we use. And sometimes mythos is stretched from one region to another and changed. And when you go from one translation from Greek to Roman, or Roman to British, or Roman to German, or Italian to German, or Italian to American, or whatever, there is a change via the translator. And
A
everything in our
lot
religion,
gets lost in translation.
right? So we're talking, and then they were rewritten through time by rich people, and so you have to take that into account as well. The peasant in who milked the cows and chopped the wood didn't write the Bible. It was people that sat in rooms and were paid to sit in rooms for free while the lower people worked for them. So our religion has changed from what it was originally. We don't even see the texts of Jesus available, and they're out there. So if you can add a larger segment to the fact that thy kingdom come, meaning in the religious prayer that we all pretty much use, the kingdom has come, and these are the demigods, and they are here. And we through history have changed religion to be different of what is going on right now. And it's, if you open up to a clearer view of it, you'll see the factions, you'll see the representations, you'll see the icons, you'll see the I'm looking for the word that David Talbot uses, the anyway, we've switched the planet names for different god names, and it's all been changed through different religions and different uh, civilizations through different languages. And if you boil it all back down and you go to the Coleman Bible and all of this other stuff, it all boils to one central story. And that central story is that there's more to it. And here's the planets, and here's the extra star, and here's, the larger picture, and here it is. And it's just, and we've all seen it, and it falls into place from all of the carvings around the world that we keep finding copies of, and we go, look, there it is again, look, oh, it's in this one too. And this depiction, you
It's
could actually, that one Hopi, huge, like, 30-foot across Hopi carving wall, even shows the object cluster group coming in, and it looks like it's a white water stain, but actually what it is, it's an illuminated asteroid group. And I looked at that thinking it was a water stain, for God, 6 years. And then I'm looking over at it, and I'm then, trying to break it down. And I look at that again, and I said, God, that is shaped just like, oh shit, lead asteroid with the ion tail. And it just clicked. And there it's been on that stone in the middle of the desert from the Hopi Indians forever. And there it is, and that thing's, 30 feet across by 20 feet high. And these people took the time to carve that in the side of that rock for a reason. And that was to warn us that, yes, this is happening. And they didn't have the same skies that we do with full of, sea trails and pollution and car exhaust. And, maybe they were up there standing on the top of some of those Arizona and New Mexico higher mountains as well. And we know there's a lot of beautiful, beautiful mountains in this whole darn Rockies from Canada all the way to Mexico. So, and of course, we also have to take into account that the earlier civilizations had really good astronomy that we don't give credit for, which comes from the other races as well, and other factions, and not just the other races, but the other factions through cross education from other civilizations from space. And so, and we know, I mean, there's no other way. They couldn't work out, for instance, the Aztecs and all this, having all this star information. They couldn't work that out unless they had that information given to them. I'm sorry. You can't be some guy standing on the top of a rock in the middle of the desert and plotting all of that shit with geometry and trigonometry and all this other crap. It just doesn't exist. until you have someone that's been taught that.
Yeah.
And they had massively accurate information that, like the Mayan calendar, for instance. How did these guys know that shit? Well, they were taught by other races through other visitation cycles. And I'm not talking about the cycles of Nibiru even, because there's been other factions in between that. So, and people have to take that into account. There's not just one factional thing going on here. This is like the in the mountains jamboree where all the trappers from an entire region come to meet, because here it is, it's the gathering. I mean, this is what's going on, and this is when the Empire Orb got here, and then later on the Texas Cube got here, and then later on the Long Box Cube got here, and then the Space Tube, and then all the other ships moved and offloaded, and then all this other stuff and new ships that we're still seeing that we can't even catalog yet. So there's a lot going on, and it's not just one group. And I know that because I see it, I feel it.
Not just one group for what?
Factions that are here.
That are here, I see.
For this event.
Yeah.
And I've said before, I think that some of them are probably taking their cut of the commodities through a federation tax or whatever, because all of that shit goes on too, because you have factional overload, and the mayors and the governors of each region get this, that, everybody's cut, so who knows what's going on. I know there's more than one faction here. I know there's more than 3 factions here. So
that 3 that are here.
Yeah, at least, if not more. And then of course there's creatures that regularly visit Earth that we're not aware of either. You're
creatures.
You got something going on over your shoulder, Jesus, over by your door frame there. I am not kidding you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, hi. How's your day? There is a moving warble of light, or I should say darkness. There's a shadow that is actually flowing and changing shape next to your door frame there on the corner of your wall.
Okay.
Move your light once real fast for me. Just move it an inch or 2 one way or the other. I just want to see what happens to it. No, it's still there. Okay, it's not your light. It's not your shadow. Never mind.
Interesting.
Well, you say we have, spirits around us at all times.
Time. Yeah.
All the time.
And they also hello, spirit. If you're there, be nice and play nice, and leave this poor gentleman alone. He has done nothing to you.
I don't sense any better vibes. So
I don't. But it kept moving and moving, and it gathered my attention out of the corner of my eye, and I had to finally watch it. And yeah, there's a warbling shadow in that corner right next to the door frame there.
And, you have an eye
I've
for
seen
that.
those before. Anyway, they want attention, and if you take out cameras and stuff, they'll have a tendency to be involved in, hopefully get in some screen captures. I've seen it before. Even when my children at Christmas time, we would take pictures and the spirit would rise up in between me and the kids, and we saw all kinds of vortex shit in the background. It sucked. So I stopped taking pictures of my kids in the house because we were seeing stuff in the film that we didn't want to know about.
Oh boy, yeah.
Well, I do have a vortex in my dining room, and I always end up with one wherever I move, and sometimes it takes time to get there, but I always end up with a vortex somewhere near me.
Well, how do you feel about those things, Sam? Bad? Good?
I'm fearful of them. I'm respectful of them. I'm almost to the point of being expectant of them now that I've had a few of them. One time I come in my house in East Missoula, I came home. I was out past sunset doing something, coming back, I think bringing wood or something home, firewood. And I opened up the house, and the living room lamp, or the reader lamp sitting by my chair was on. It was the only light that was on in the house. and I'm walking up to the pretty. It was dark. I didn't have the front porch light on, so I'm walking up the front walkway, and I could see through that squared front door window. It was a small window. I can see shadows spinning around in the living room light on the wall, through the wall, as I look through the doors. I'm walking up to the door, and I can see this on the wall in the back of the room, and I'm going, what the hell is that? And I open up the door, pull open the screen door, unlock the front door, and open it just in time to see it's got some light snow is on the ground and everything, and it's late fall, and there's most of the leaves are covered under the snow outside. And I walk in and I see a whole bunch of leaves spinning in the air and start dropping down as if the vortex had suddenly closed, and all of these leaves, and 3/4 of them were green, and they were from a region that did not grow in Montana. And so that's what sold me that, okay, that's got to be a vortex, because nothing else is going to do that when you get an extra regional set of leaves. Some were dry, but most of them were green as it clipped off. And to find that spinning in a circle in my living room when I opened the front door, and having it die off the moment I opened the door, and then picking these leaves up that I've never seen before. They weren't oak leaves. They weren't this leaf. They were some, like weird hawthorn or other woods that I don't know. And they were smaller, but they were, weird wood, hickory, God only, whatever kind of leaf they were, I don't know. And that I knew from that moment on that was entirely possible. And then when I moved into this house I'm living in now, it wasn't there at first. And then now when I walk through it, it's always like walking through an electrical zone. You can feel it. And you can feel when you cross over and through it, it kind of makes all your hair burn and little hair in your head stand up, and you can feel it in your knees and your feet and your fingertips and that sort of thing. And that's when a spirit walks through, it actually makes you uncomfortable when spirits walk through you. It's electrical, and it can be crampsome or uncomfortable electrically. And it can also freeze. We've had vortexes where they've been open, and where the kids, when they were little, you'd put your hand in it and it was ice cold, freezing inside, and you could feel it electrically burn, sort of, not really bad, but it ached. And then when you pulled your hand out, it hurt. Your hand really hurt afterwards. And we've actually, because when you walk through it, you can definitely notice it. It's like, and if there's a being standing there that's in the vortex and you walk through it, you really know it. It's like walking into a bubble of ice cold, wet electric air.
Weird.
And then passes through you, and then when it leaves, it's uncomfortable. It sort of zorches you.
There are times where I feel like unusually drained,
when I can find spirits by hand. I can walk through the house, and if I stick my hand in one, I can tell you that, yes, I found one, because I can feel it. I can see them too, but I'm not trying to look for them. I really am not. But when you walk through them, you know it, because it's a microscopic, burning, uncomfortable static discharge that when you are done with it, it aches. You feel it while it happens, but you really experience after the fact.
Well, now you got me wondering what's behind me even more.
I know. I was thinking about the house I live in. It's older. It's like,
well, there's spirits everywhere, and they walk right. You can have a brand new house, and if a spirit decides to move in or whatever, I don't know their sociology and what they think or don't think or can think or can't think. I don't know any spirits personally, but from what I've seen, there is a certain amount of rational behavior to them, as if they're semi-cognizant. And I spent the whole Halloween watching all sorts of Slapped Ham. If you're a YouTuber into scary stuff, Slapped Ham is always.
I've heard, I watch him.
Good to watch. I like to promote other YouTubers occasionally. So there's a lot to that, and I mean, I've seen some shit that, you know, and all my life as a child, I've woken up to the whisperers 1,000 times. I can hear people talking, and it's not just one; it's usually several people talking, and you can never quite hear what they're saying, but they damned if you just can't get them the hell out of your ears. And when I was a child, I used to go searching around the house at night looking for them all the time. And I keep looking and keep looking. No, they're not here. No, they're not here. No, they're not here. But
Hmm.
damn, I can hear them. Where are they? You know, and it would actually on occasion wake me up. And you know when something wakes you up, it's it's real.
Yeah.
There's this
So
movie that reminds. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It had Robert Downey Jr. in it, and he had four spirits attached to him. You know,
ugh,
at first he could just hear them, but then he could see them later on. You know, but
thank you. I'll pass. Yeah.
yeah, and he couldn't get rid
Oh
of
my
each
God.
one until he did a job for each one of them, something that they couldn't do on their own. You know.
There was a new comedy movie out, and I never got to see much of it, where this lady lived in a house, and they were full of a whole bunch of ghosts that lived in different parts of her house, and they were in little cliques and groups. I thought that was a cool show, but I didn't get to see enough of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it lasted on TV very long, but damn, I wish I could have caught all of those, episodes. But yeah,
Yeah.
well, there's a lot to that, and I see. Or shit, the other day I saw something definitely walk through the hallway into the bathroom, and I mean, I absolutely saw it, and I got up and went and walked into the bathroom, and there was nothing there. I was so sure that it was one of the kids moving around at night, and it was not, and I definitely saw it. So,
Yeah.
and I try not to notice that stuff because I already see too much of it. So,
Right.
there's a lot to this, and of course, um, there are many people that we know that have many other abilities, and to also express that there's a lot to magic and mystery, but there's not a lot to what the religion of man is, unfortunately. There is, but there's there's it's more, but it's also less. What we attribute is misleading, and what the reality is so much more.
Hmm.
We're missing a lot, and I can't reiterate that enough because I've discovered other and more, and have learned to walk away from some of the information that I was given by the earthly information pile versus what the off-world information is. And that's a big long loop to a really long conversation, I think.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing is that we're led only by our five senses. You know, we want to believe that's all there is, but I'm a firm believer in there's a lot more than we perceive, than we.
Yeah, I don't even think our vision is the full entirety of what's going on around us.
Our our vision is special. You know, I
I
can't
think
tell you the
animals
amount of
better need it.
times. I can't tell you the amount of times, Sam, that I caught I caught things on video that I didn't see. I just sensed it. I knew,
Right.
that something was there. There was a video that I took at night, and it's pitch black. You know, I just knew something was there, and I had to brighten up the color, and then it came out. You know, and then I edited later, and it brought it out even more. But there is a lot more, and I do think that it's good to follow your senses, follow your intuition, because if
Oh, that's
there's
how I
something.
found the orange brown blob in the sky in 2009 with that video camera I had, my one of my first ones. And I was filming that thing, and you could not see it with the human eye, but you hold the camera up, and I found it by accident because I was, trying to close up on this star that was out there that I was kind of looking at and going, "What's this?" And then I was panning, and there was that blob, and I went, "What the hell is that?" And you put it down, and you couldn't see it with the human eye. You put the camera up, and there it was. So yeah, there's a lot we don't openly see with our eyes, and then I really believe animals see more. I really do.
Yeah, me too.
I was gonna say about that. I have a time where a friend of mine stopped by with her companion, boyfriend, and I don't know what my cat saw, but when he walked in the door, she definitely saw something, and it was only when he arrived, and he's not a very good person. I don't think he's a good person, and there was just something attached to him. And she
Let me
ran under
interrupt.
the bed. She stayed under there. I mean, she
At
has seen things
Jesus,
before in
write
this
this number
house.
down.
What?
Jesus, write this number down. 408 and 10 seconds.
Oh, jeez.
You just had a white thing fly past you.
Uh-oh.
I don't have a pen anywhere near me.
Oh, okay. Well,
Rebecca,
I'll write it down and send it to
408 and
you.
10 seconds
would
through 408 and 30 seconds.
What does that mean?
It was fast, and it was the size of a small squid, and it flew from on me looking at you, my right from your doorway side, lower, and then flew past your head to the upper left of my vision. And I thought at first it was a bug, but it was way too big and way too white.
Oh, Jesus.
Do you have any flies in there currently?
No, it's too cold.
Okay, then something just flew past you. I'm not kidding you. I did see it.
It's terrific.
I'm not trying to scare you. I swear to God.
No.
But I did
That's the
see
thing
it.
is that those things get me more curious than scared. Actually,
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do see ghosts. So I just saw that one.
Well,
Okay.
there's a strange happenings in Jesus's room, I guess.
Well, and they walk through my house all the time, and they usually fly over our heads. They're not comfortable with passing through us. I'm sure it's uncomfortable to them as it is to me. And I do, I will walk through them occasionally. And of course, there are many different types of spirits. Some walk, some fly, some crawl, some blob, there's different forms of them. And I can't even begin to imagine why. But
But you have
usually,
no idea what attracts these.
well, there is in the metaphysical world where they discuss the light, nemeste. We are illuminated electrical creatures, and we put off a light that they probably see. And we've also started discussing them. And so if they're listening to your room, what your world is saying, doing, they might be trying to get us to pay attention to them. And there's also, we mentioned it earlier, where we thought we saw a face in the back, blah, blah, blah. So the more you discuss spirits, because I even had an occurrence where I got a visitation because I was discussing visitations.
So you have heard that the more you pay attention to them, the more they make themselves.
Right. And that's why I recommend generically ignoring them unless you would like more attention. But the problem is there's good and bad attention that I do not recommend.
I think we have I think my plate's full right now with this whole with all of this.
Okay, and I'll shut up from now on.
We might let that can of worms for another time.
Yeah, and yeah, nobody.
But I am curious.
This is why I don't like filming in my own house. This is why I'll never have a security camera on recording, because then I might discover just what's walking around in the house that I don't see. Like you're filming yourself sitting in a room, and you're doing your whatever, you're reading a book, or you're watching television or whatever, and this shit flies behind you. Oh, he just clipped off.
Uh-oh.
His phone probably died.
Probably. Well,
now he's going, oh, they're messing with me.
Oh no, maybe it's the ghost.
Yeah. Yeah, but I swear I did. That's why I gave you the time marker.
Okay,
So
yeah, I put 408
when
in
this
10
video
seconds.
comes out, you can go back to that time,
We will.
and then it flies from left to right, or from right to left over the top.
Yeah.
Lower.
I'll try to slow it down.
And there's this white blur that goes past him, and I noticed that. I went, what?
Yeah.
So and that's what they look like.
I'll try to catch it on video. I'll try to get it, and we'll watch it on the next show.
Yeah, because when we have
Oh, wait.
members that are
He's back.
Yeah,
He's back.
kick me off again.
we thought the ghost took you, man. We were afraid.
Oh
Not so,
man,
not so weird. Not so
we
weird.
thought they got you.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, my phone is dying, guys. So I'm gonna have to hop off here.
Yeah.
Save this conversation for another day because
Sure.
I don't even know what time it is.
I'm intrigued.
It's 1:20. We might as well just end the show. What do you think?
There you go.
I think we've covered everything tonight.
Yeah,
we even got all the way to ghosts. So.
I know. I love that part. Ghosts and aliens.
Did you see the speaking of ghosts? Did you see the last Ghostbusters? The one where they're living in the old house in the middle of nowhere. Oh, I love it. It's good.
Yeah, I saw that one.
That was a good movie. They did it well. They did it very well.
It was. I like that one.
Even the dead Egon and all of that, So.
Yeah. That was a good one.
And in a lot of ways, that's somewhat like some spirits are, where you can actually see them and they're semi-luminescent and, nice looking and okay. And then there's these scary mofos out there and these blobs and the shit that's rotting and the skeletons where you can see into the bone structure and then back out to the face and then into the bone structure and back out to the face. And that's spooky shit, man. I don't like seeing that. Or the dark blobs that are standing in the corner that are there and you can see them moving, but they don't do anything. And those scare the hell out of me. And I don't want to see any of those. So
even when I see something out of the corner of my eye, I don't turn my head and look because I don't want to see them.
Right. Now,
but you know how you see it,
something
kind of. I just don't bother.
Yeah, Halloween's over now, Sam. You can quit. Yeah.
It's Thanksgiving now, Sam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh God. I already saw Christmas commercials.
Oh, they've been on for at least a week now.
The next morning after Halloween, boom, November 1st, Christmas commercials, bomb.
Somebody's saying that at least get through Halloween before we start with Christmas. Good God. Jeez.
Yeah.
The anxiety level with these holidays.
Oh God, yeah. And then your meeting, immediately make me think of that. I was like, no, there wasn't even a day off, and then I don't even know what the girls did not want me to cook Thanksgiving dinner last year. It was weird. It was the first time I didn't cook Thanksgiving dinner. And usually I'll make the turkey and all, 3 pies. And then of course, I have not made any real, I can't even remember the last time I made any major pies because I used to do it every week. And I quit baking pies.
What did they want? What did they want for Thanksgiving instead of?
I can't remember why, but they just said don't bother, and it was like, cool.
Yeah.
I don't have to, I don't have to spend 3 days getting ready for that. Thank you. And you always try to give good holidays to the kids, and like I typed earlier that it was a weird Halloween. There was very few people with porch lights on, very few people giving out candy.
Yeah.
Walmart had a huge sale on candy the next day. It's like they didn't sell it all off or something. I know candy's very expensive.
I've been going
right
into
now.
different stores and everybody has insane candy deals, and I didn't see a whole lot of activity out there.
I think we're a whole lot broker because a lot of people were not giving out and we didn't even see that many trick-or-treaters, and we went to 2 separate locations and it was just not normal.
I had a busy work day and it wasn't. I was out there driving around and I didn't even see any trick-or-treaters, honestly.
Yeah, we saw a couple of little guys here and there, mom and dad dragging them behind, but I didn't even see the the normal young teenagers or anything.
Yeah.
So
right, way different than it was when my kids were little because they were, everywhere.
Perfect timing. I've got it still says you're there, but you're dark. Yeah, that's a cat reaction going on here. I think she just walked by.
I can tell. It sounds like an allergy cough.
Yeah, sneeze, cough, gag thing. Anyway, so I'm going to go bye,
let's go ahead and end the show.
Like, share, hit the notify bell and all of that.
All of that. We'll be back. As far as I know, we'll be back Saturday, 2:00 Central. And we got Jillian, Sam, and we'll have Andy Poole from UK. So we'll be going over his collection of pictures. So that'll be something to look forward to. He's super talented. So
Okay.
anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and end the show here. And I appreciate you all. Thank you, Sam. You get some rest, and everybody have a good night, and we'll chat again soon. Take
All
care.
right. Good night.
Bye-bye. Bye.